Good afternoon, and I'm going to open the meeting, a regular study session, regular board meeting of the Riverside Unified School District's Board of Trustees. And we have an open session for a little bit, then we go into close. But right now, Mrs. Lock-Dawson, do we have a quorum?
Yes, we do, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Bernie, would you mind, you're a veteran, and would you come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Bernie Titus, one of our wonderful veterans that works for our USD. What branch of service were you, Bernie?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bernie. Do I have any public participation on closed session or study session items? Since I just now announced that, and if you wanted, there are cards in the back, and we will take them otherwise. Otherwise, we're going to move to the study session, and we're going to hold it on this first part of the study session is on the calendars. Dr. Hanson, I'll turn it over to you. You turn it over to Mrs. Ybarra.
Yeah, thank you, President Hunt. And again, good evening, board members. It's great to be here this evening, those who are joining us. So this evening's study session for the next 60 to 90 minutes, you're going to hear a report from Miss Ybarra and Daryl Hanson, who has worked through the Human Resource Department. They have led the way in regarding adopting 3 years of a new school calendar. You'll recall that in the district we do that every 3 years, and we're in currently the 16-17 year is the third year of the last adoption that came before this board a few years ago. And Kylie, when she was here last in October, I believe, gave the board just a dipstick, an update as to work that the committee had been doing, and that they'd come back with you today with a staff proposal, realizing that ultimately it is the board's decision, and with a few other options and things to consider. And so, again, thank you, Kylie, to you and your leadership and your team, and I'll turn the time over to Miss Ybarra.
Can I ask a quick question? So this is a study session, but is this an action item, or can it become an action item tonight?
It does need to become. They made it a study session so that we could have an interactive process. You could ask questions, and then it does need to become an action item to be able to then approve it, to be able to go forward with.
So it would have to be on a different agenda than tonight, or could we vote on it tonight if we wanted to? That's my question.
You can vote on it.
Believe we checked, and you can vote. You can
I'd like
vote
to
on
join
it tonight.
Parliamentarian, Mr. Walker.
Yes, that is
So I look
correct.
to Mr. Walker because
Are you asking if you can take action this evening?
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
How is this agenda, just as a study
they placed it as a study session under the agenda.
and not as an action item?
No.
It would be best to bring it back as an action item.
That's what I kind of thought, so. Even though all right, thank you, Mr. Barr. I just wanted to get that clear from my fellow board.
Okay. President Hatt, Dr. Hanson, members of the board, we are here today, as Dr. Hanson kind of alluded to earlier, we're bringing back our third portion. We've kind of given you some check-ins throughout our process this time, and today's presentation is to really bring you up to speed as to what we have accomplished since the last presentation in October. And we're going to give you a recommendation, but ultimately it is the board's decision, and you'll have the options that we're also laid out for you. I'm going to lead with the recommendation by the committee, and then how they came to that recommendation through the presentation. Please, that's why it's a study session, to stop, ask us questions, clarifications as we go along. That's the purpose of this. And we've approached it, as you can see, in a much different way than the 3 years ago. We've tried to kind of bring you along, give you different check-ins at different times so that you can understand the different factors that have played into the recommendation. I want to first thank, and most of the committee is here today. They have worked very hard. Daryl Hanson led and chaired the committee. Robin Mesa is out ill today. She is the other half of Daryl in classified personnel. And then I know Mr. Martin is right over there, and he represented our CTA. Carrie Aldis, I believe she's on her way down from IBPS, and then we have Bernie Holtz, who you also saw, who sat on the committee for CSEA. Two principals were Annette Rasputik, who is at Magnolia Elementary, and then we have Cheryl Simmons, who represented secondary, who's at Frank Augustus Miller Middle School. And then a couple others who I don't see in the audience, Gina Cheadle from PTSA, and Edgar Barreo, who was the DLAC. So we will go ahead and start. This kind of gives you the idea. This is the same slide we've shown you, but we started August 25th, where we first initially brought it to you, talked to you about our process, how we were going to come, get information. We had the committee put together, and they were there in the beginning. So then in September, they met, and they were able to go through their process. They went through the interest-based problem solving, actually what's going on right now. That is how this committee was able to go through and define their next steps. And then the 28th, the 10th, and then they met again via multiple times between when surveys have come out the last time to also be able to go through the results of both the student survey, which we'll discuss tonight, that Alex, actually, I need to recognize Alex Herrera, who really worked very hard with our committee, and he put together the entire student survey and then also was in charge of administering it out to the high schools and working with Mr. Hansen. So Alex, I apologize, I should have started off front, but I'm getting to your section that you'll see. And so based on that, they did the community survey to also support the PTSA survey that Gina Cheadle had done. So here are our survey results. This, and you have the slides hopefully in front of you and you can also see, but what we've done today is we want to present to you the student survey results, and then we're going to present with you the actual community. But I'm going to take us all the way to the end because we said we were going to start with what the recommendation was, which is a little out of order of what we were going to do, but I think it's the best piece for us. So, as we go through, what the committee recommendation is it's going to be one of the three options that we will show you, but it's option 2. And option 2 is that they stay the same for the 2017-2018 calendar year, and then it moves to calendar B, which is the calendar that you should be familiar with and also we'll go over, which is starting our school 2 weeks early to be able to align to get the semester finished prior to Christmas vacation or the holiday, the winter holiday, as we refer to it. And that would start in the 2018, 2019, and then continue on. So now that I've started with the recommendation, I'm going to go back and go to where we said, like we said, we will go to Alex's information. And as you will see, we wanted to honor the results. And Alex can even pipe in and share if there's things that were missed. Alex asked, what he did is he compiled a survey. The survey asked questions that regarded our current calendar, how students felt, what was more important to them. And then he also went into different areas such as AP testing, ending prior to the holiday break. He also talked to them about if they had ever participated in IB testing, which is a little bit different than our AP. And then there was another category of sports and CIF involvement. So we took Alex's results. He did a plethora of different questions. So what we did to be able for this session here is I took the questions were the overview to give you the best examples of what the results were. So the first one that he did is I would like to see the RUSD calendar stay the same. He had 2,308 responses. So that was a pretty great number for our high schools in a week period of time that he had participating. And with that, you'll see that a majority of them came back and said they really don't have an opinion. They don't care if it stays the same or not. That was what came out as their highest. And it was pretty close, if you look with agree and disagree, came right in. So based on that question, you kind of see the kids, the students, their opinion is more or less kind of a neutral set opinion. But then you'll see where they did start to really voice some challenges is, I would like to see the RUSD calendar align with the other surrounding districts and start 2 weeks earlier. Again, some agreed, some didn't really care with regards to this. You know, he's asking them, do you want to be like the other districts? Is that what's important about starting 2 weeks early? Or what's your role in that? Then we moved into where he started really to narrow in and talk about some specifics that would be personal to the students. I would like semester finals to be before winter break. And you can see that here, strongly agree, and then even if you were to put no opinion, definitely was a high request from our students. And again, still 2,308 were responded in this. Now this is where you're going to see a little bit of a difference in their responses. And one of the questions we took out, it said, have you ever taken an AP exam? So with that, we removed it because we just went with this next one because I could speak to it, that there were 453 students who had been participated in the AP component. And they said that in answering this question, I feel like the current school calendar obstructed my performance on my AP exams. Some said agree, no opinion, don't really care, disagree. So you see that they were very honest as we go through with these questions. He continued on, and it said, I feel like having an extra week or weeks before the exam would have improved my performance on my AP exams. Again, 453 responded, and out of that, a majority of them said no. There wasn't a follow-up as to saying, why did you feel this? It was just a yes or no answer. Next portion was, would like the school year to begin before the fall season athletic contests begin. Again, the question that led him into this was, how many of you participate in sports? So we had 428 out of that large number, over 2,000. And with regards to that, you see that no real opinion, again, strongly agree and agree, does come out stronger than the disagree and the agree, is that they would really like to begin along with their competitors. And so overall, when we looked at the student survey, we did take that into consideration in looking at the options. But you can see that the students really focused in on, does it matter? And some had a strong opinion, some just kind of felt like, I'm okay with where I'm at right now. This is where we're going, or I really would like to see the fact that I could have it a little bit before Christmas or the holiday break was the main one that we saw came back. The next piece is the community. Now, we'd already shared with you the PTSA results, so you knew the results of the surveys prior to that. So this is the community survey. So this is just not gone through the PTSA. This was actually put on the website. The schools were told they could send it out. And you'll see when we get to these results that we not only had community members that were parents, but you also have staff who could be parents too. And we have a breakdown at one of the slides that talks about what their role was. So with the community results, again, taking some of the questions that mirrored each other and narrowing it down, the school calendar should remain the same in the past as the past years. We had 2,225 responses, and out of that, over 1,000, 1055 said yes, that's 47.4%. But not far behind was a no at 40.1% with 893. And then you have the cohort that just didn't really have a say, or didn't one way or the other, didn't care. I see
Mr.
questions.
Superintendent, would you take
Absolutely.
a question from Trustee Alley?
So I have a little problem calling this a community survey when half of them are staff. So I was wondering if you could break down the answers between the community and the staff.
There was not, for each button, we couldn't break down. So example, for this question, it didn't then have a follow-up that said, are you community, are you staff? But the community that answered it, or the staff that answered it, that was the portion to be able to be community.
But the problem is that half of these, I don't have the number right in front of me because I can't work the computer that fast. But half of these results are RUSD employees, and they would have a different viewpoint than just a community person would.
Yes, but I'll give you an example. They could be an employee. Example, I'll just use myself. I could have taken it as an employee, but I'm also a parent. So some of them play both roles with both the classified and certificated.
But you don't know how many do.
We do not have a breakdown for this survey. There was not a component to be able to break it down.
I think it makes it skews your results a little bit because it's going to be, just let me suggest that an employee who works here would have a different view about when they want break versus a parent. I mean, a personal viewpoint about when you want your holiday is different than what you think is best for your student.
Yes, but these results aligned similar to the PTSA. So I would agree with you, but I can see where the results themselves were very similar to even what came through the PTSA, which was just done, the same portion. So it was the community survey.
Okay. Well.
Okay, so high school and middle school semester finals should be prior to the break. You see a large number, 60% agree. That's over 1,300. Then you see the disagree at 12, and then you see that they don't really have an opinion as 26.9. Then we're moving down to the next question, was high school and middle school students should start and end 2 weeks prior to the elementary students as long as holidays align, designed to meet everyone's requests. This question was very specific and pointed because there was one of the options that the parents were to look at was a split calendar. And this one, they came out pretty heavily that they disagree with the fact that they don't want them on a split. You'll see moving into the school year calendar should align with the school years of our surrounding districts. Large majority, this is just kind of very even. You've got a 30, 32, 37, but if you add the no opinion to either side, you'll see that this wasn't one that you would weigh out as a heavy opinion that they had. The school year should start prior to the start of high school athletic season. Again, interesting, it was very split, agree, disagree, and then you had non-opinion for this one.
Did they have, pardon me, Mr. Yarborough, but was that just the question? Did they get any information about that we are now starting earlier? Did they understand?
There was an intro to this that talked to them about, it didn't give specific dates for the CIF, but it did talk about the early start of the athletics, the AP exams, and the testing schedule. So it didn't give specific dates, but it did give the fact that it is a starting point early.
And as long as we're on it, maybe just for my benefit, remind me, CIF is CIF starting their seasons earlier?
Yes, and Mr. Hansen, I can actually call him up if you'd like exact information with regards to the CIF, because he actually plays both roles still, as you know, in working with CIF and with the athletics, along with he had the calendar committee. So he can speak specifically to what that will look like, if that is.
All right, if it's okay with the board, I'd just like Daryl to kind of interject that right now, just so we have that just quickly. What CIF is planning, I guess southern section or same as northern, I don't know.
CIF Southern Section moved to slide everything forward 1 week beginning next year with the idea that start dates, and I have the exact start dates with me, but start dates will come, week 0 will come in mid-August for football, and week 1 in essentially our current calendar. If you play week 0 game, which Ramona and Arlington does, they would play 2 football games prior to the school year starting. And then volleyball has been moved to August 13th start date.
And then you have girls water polo, I think then.
They did not change
boy.
any, they only changed those sports.
No, we changed those 2 sports, but football will start 2 weeks,
1 week earlier.
1 week earlier. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go back up to the top where this one talked about, we went over that one and we went over the second one. We were at the third one. So the school year should start earlier to allow more instructional time for students to prepare for the CELT, the AP, and IB testing. And you'll see that here disagree came in, that really wasn't a factor that they felt weighed in on that regards. And this is where you'll see the breakdown of please mark all that apply to you. And you'll see where this breakdown comes out to be more than what actually answered the questions. So that's how there's an overlap of people who are parents along with either they played multiple roles on here, if that makes sense, because that's where you'll see, right, as I alluded to for Mrs. Alavi when she asked the question, we know that there was some that play multiple roles because you can see that our total is more than what answered each question. So then the final question was, please choose the calendar that best meets your interest. And they selected on this one, their number 1 by 44.1 was calendar A, which is the calendar that stays the same. And then calendar B for this portion was the calendar that moves up 2 weeks. So it was just a little bit behind with 785, 35.3%. And then C and D were not of interest based on the community, which also correlated with some of what Alex had received on the student and also aligned with the PTSA. So this takes you to the calendars. And what we've done here is we've kind of tried to outline them a little bit different so that you can see what it looks like without all of the dates. And if you look here, the calendar A stay the same. That would have the school starting on August 28th for students. It would have the teacher starting on the 24th right now. And first semester would end, and we have January up there for you, so you can see that first semester ends January 26th. And I notice as it's up here, it's not as dark as it is on our sheets, but it's dark on our sheets. It's a darkened gray. January 26th is when it starts. And then the last day of school would be June 13th and 14th. And we did the number of breakdown because one of the areas that had been brought up that people wanted to look at was the number of semesters for first and second. So you can see based on calendar A staying the same, you have a 91 for first and a 90 for second.
Well, on calendar A, when do the students come back in January?
When do they come back in January? That is actually, I want to say it's January 8th. They have a 2-week break, so let me look to,
That's right, I'm sure.
yes, January 8th.
Okay, thank you.
So calendar B, we actually added in so that you could see the 4 months because it's different. And it was that they would actually start school starting on August 14th, so that's 2 weeks. Teachers would come back on the 10th. And then you have December 22nd is when you would end. So it would be ending prior to the holiday break. There's 3 weeks off at that break, and I'll explain as to why the 3 weeks are off at that break. And then you see they get out June 6th and 7th with a breakdown of semesters for 87 for first and 94 for second. And there was a 3-week break at the holiday to be able to address having your students, if they were to be in playoffs for your spring sports, still be enrolled in school because playoffs go that week of May 31st. And so when Mr. Hansen has, using his data and his research, seeing that there are some teams, does not impact all of our teams, does not impact all of our spring sports, excuse me, but it does allow for them to be able to stay as a school enrolled in school and then be able to graduate with their class. And the reason I think you can kind of put, but I'll even go further, that's why we had to add that week to kind of extend out that second semester. So then calendar C was the split, which really there was not on either side. There did not seem to be a popular voice as to this being a desire from anyone. But we wanted it to be seen because it was an option. And obviously, as we've said, the board has the ability to look at all of the options that we have. But this has our students starting early, going off very similar to the calendar for secondary that I just explained to you for calendar B. And then for the elementary, it has them starting as the A calendar. This has a discrepancy for the semesters with regards to some of our students. So let's go to D. D stays the same and then ends prior to the holiday break. And so this would be if you were to keep your exact same calendar option A and yet just decide to end the semester early prior to break. What this ends up doing is still having those 2 weeks off at Christmas, but it really gives a discrepancy between the number of days for semester 1 and the number of days for semester 2. It's one thing when you're dealing with 5 or 7 days, but when you're dealing with 27 for some of your semester classes, that can be an impact for instruction and for your teachers. So the considerations that were taken into, and I've spoke to them throughout the presentation, but these were ones that we wanted you to know that were taken in, not just the PTS. Yes. Sure.
I would like you to, or maybe somebody will be able to explain this better to me, but explain to me about semesters. It seems to me the semesters are sort of an artificial way to create a grading period, but is there more to it than that? Is there something from the Ed Code which dictates how many days should be in a semester or how many days shouldn't?
There's not anything with regards to how many should be in. There is how many seat days that they have to have for classes and courses for credit. So really with regards to this, the best example I can give is if you remember back to high school, American Government and Econ. They're semester classes, but they're connected for year-long credit. So you take American Government either semester 1 or semester 2, and then you take Econ that same year in the alternating semester. So what it does is for classes such as that are semester, it has a discrepancy. So whoever, let's say I had American Government first semester and then Econ second, I would have 30 more days in my Econ class than I would my American
Or
Government.
why couldn't it extend into the new year?
With that calendar option, it couldn't, because that was the one that was keeping the same calendar option, the same one we have,
No,
but ending it.
D.
Well, that would be, then if you go in, that would be A. So extending into January is option A. D is,
No, you misunderstand. So you've got, what I'm trying to say is, why do semesters have to stop before Christmas break or not? They don't. It's just, we've designed them that way, right? I know they don't right now.
they
but
don't right now, that's calendar A, that's option A.
I'm trying to find out why, how long semesters have to be or have not to be, so that you can have more flexibility. I mean, you'll, in your second calendar in that you're choosing, you want to move the calendar up 2 weeks, correct? So does the 2 weeks give you something for the semester that the 1 week wouldn't?
Well,
It gives,
Go ahead.
it gives more of an equal, instead of it being the discrepancy that you're looking at here on calendar D of 77 and 104, that's 27 days, it takes it to 87 and 94 with 7 days discrepancy. So there's still a discrepancy anymore.
I'm trying to determine whether that's an artificial length of time that you're just, teachers teach all year long, and they just go from one thing to another in a general year-long class, right? They could stop it at any time, couldn't they, before Christmas?
Well, but they trade. That's, I think, the semester piece that you might, I'm thinking now as I'm listening, I think the caveat to that is a semester class, I might have Mr. Hunt for econ, and then I might
Okay, no, I'm
have,
not talking about that right now. I'm talking about in a regular class, in a regular year-long class. Why couldn't they do finals before Christmas right now? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I don't understand this. Semesters are kind of arbitrary.
So great question. And for a year-long class, Mrs. Alavi, probably would not make a difference. U.S. history is U.S. history from August until June.
Right,
But where it makes a difference is if I take my econ class first semester
right.
and you take your econ class second semester, you get 30 more days than I get. And so you're taking that only those semester courses, whether it's economics or maybe even, I know it may not, some may think it doesn't matter, but it might be a ceramics class or whatever that semester course is, because it's only a 9-week course, it comes to an end in 9 weeks. Or in this case, in 77 days, but in second
That's what I was
semester
trying to
case,
find out, is
yeah.
do we say you must complete X amount of material in one semester, right?
Complete that course.
Yes.
And who
Yeah.
determines that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, we've had a system in place for many, many years that, and we're all regulated to it, and the teachers are all regulated to it, but is there any reason why that has to be?
I think more than anything, what's driving it is you want to have that semester class equal and balanced. First semester, second semester should be pretty close to
Why?
the same number of days
Why?
because of the content that you're going to be delivering
That's
to
what I'm
kids.
asking.
It's because of the
So-
content. The curriculum would drive that decision.
So is there a set curriculum that we expect to be taught in first and second
Yes.
semester?
There are standards.
So
that-
right
yes.
now, the fact that you teach a year-long course, you just are teaching it at a pace in which we have dictated, so they can't finish before Christmas? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well,
Why don't they finish now before Christmas?
go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes, you may.
explain it to me.
I just know from talking to some of the high school teachers at Poly and my own daughters that they feel it's too rushed to get everything in before Christmas. So taking their finals, they don't feel they have enough time to get the material. So I
But that's
guess-
only because there's been a dictated amount of material that's been crammed into the first part.
Yeah.
If they've got a whole year, why do they cram all of it in the first part instead of the second part? I think, it feels very artificial to me. I mean, I think we
Ms.
just.
Carmody, can you, or
Yeah,
Renee, can you help out on
Yes,
this? Or Antonio, there we go.
Thank you. Yeah, so the way that the curriculum is written, we have traditionally, this has been done for years, is to separate the year into 2 semesters. Ideally, we want to separate them in equal days. So we have, for example, some courses that are 2 semesters long, like Econ and Government. those two courses, we have AP courses that students are preparing for. And so we want to be able to give those courses, those students ample time, the teachers ample time to be able to prepare those students for those exams.
I'm assuming, though,
And-
that these 2 semesters, though, are designed for our grading purposes and not for anything other than that, because you cover the same amount of information in a year regardless, right? So you artificially created semesters for a couple of reasons, I imagine. First, to facilitate grading, and then second, because you've divided some classes in half. Is that correct?
Correct, and.
And I assume there are not too many of them that are semester classes, right?
Correct. So there aren't too many courses. Most of the courses, a lot of the courses that used to be semester courses have either been eliminated. For example, health was one requirement. It was actually a required course that we eliminated several years ago. And we, other classes that we had that backed up to that health class for the second semester or vice versa, have also, a lot of the students don't request those courses any longer. So most of the courses that students take at the high school are year-long courses. We do have a system of credits. And so we do have credits that are based on semesters. And so 5 credits per course for each semester. And so traditionally,
But that's for our convenience, our grading convenience, correct?
well, it's something that has been historical. It's something that we've done for decades.
Yeah, I
It's
get
a
that,
system that not only RUSD, practices, but it's something that's practiced.
I get that, but we're changing a calendar to accommodate a system which we've created, an artificial system for grading purposes. Is that correct? It's kind of where I'm going. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, is our goal here to change a calendar to accommodate finishing finals before Christmas? That seems to be the main goal. That I was in Alex's student survey. That's clearly the motivation that the students had. They want to
Yes.
finish finals before Christmas.
Yes.
I'm asking why they can't finish right now, because that semester seems artificial. You could finish it 1 chapter ahead and then finish the next chapter in the next part of the year. That's what I'm not getting.
Well, I
And
just
if it's a
wanted to add-
semester class, you could certainly, the semester could go, like US history, it could go on for 3 more weeks and then you could do it. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't know why it can't be accommodated now
With the current calendar.
with the current
Right,
calendar.
thank you.
Can I add one thing
Yeah,
to
no,
that?
I'd like you to answer that question, or if Sharon wants to come answer that.
Oh, absolutely, sure.
Anybody that can help me would be great.
That's why it's a study session.
Having worked with all of the secondary schools, including alternative ed, there are times where students finish at a time that isn't the traditional semester. And what we would do in that time is we would give somebody 4 credits for that time period. And then if the second semester was a longer, we'd give them 6. So ultimately, they'd end up with the 10. But it's kind of a time-based and curriculum-based issue. And so what would happen potentially is people that are transferring. So if there was a student who was going to go to another school district, and they went with either the 4 credits or having not completed the first semester, they would be at a disadvantage to go to another district because they would not have covered some of the material.
That makes sense.
And
Thank you.
then, I'm sorry, Kathy, go ahead.
No, that.
And on that, Mr. Walker, we're an open district. We draw 800-something students more to our district from other districts. What districts do we predominantly draw from, and do we know what calendars they're on? Because I know one of the problems is when they come from Corona and Norco, they sit around for a couple of weeks with nothing to do. When they come that second part of the year after Christmas.
Most of the transfers that come into the district are from the Inland Empire.
Okay.
So the surrounding districts, primarily from Moreno Valley, Val Verde, Jurupa, are the 3 largest numbers that come into our district. I'm not familiar with the calendar per se, perhaps others in the room are.
Mr. Barrow, I'm going to ask your indulgence. We had some speaker cards come in a little bit late because it was early with the board's okay. I have 2 speakers. that would like to address
Yes,
this?
would you like me just to finish these last slides and then it gets to the question
Sure,
piece? Is that
sure,
okay?
yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
so the considerations that were taken in were all of what we have discussed with regards to the community survey, the student survey, PTSA, CIF, start dates, the advanced placement testing window, which we wanted you to be able to have, and then the IB testing window along with the SBAC window.
And those are all, those testing.
They're
pardon me,
windows.
They're all in the second semester?
Correct, yes.
So how many AP testing, what grade am I in and how many days am I?
Well, it depends upon exactly what you just said, what grade I'm in and how many classes. But if you take all of that, looking at, let's say I'm an AP student who also is taking SBAC and I'm a 11th grader, I could have anywhere from 5 to 7 days that I would be looking at taking tests. That does not mean all day long. That just looks at my schedule could be impacted 5 to 7 days if I'm an 11th grade AP student who's taking 1 or 2 AP exams.
So even though we have an even distribution of days between the 2 semesters now, it isn't unreasonable to say that the second semester gets cannibalized somewhat by testing.
They do, a little bit, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
I
For
have a-
secondary,
pardon me.
for secondary.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
secondary.
Right.
Well, in
Thank
elementary
you.
still, it's about 3, dependent upon, it can be 3 to 5 days. They don't have the AP and the IB, but they still have the SBAC window depending
do?
upon their grade level, yes.
Okay, so, all right, that's good, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a question from Dr. Farouk, and then the two, I have a Ms. Batchelor and then a Mr. Chitwood, so go ahead.
Thank you, President Hunt. My question is for Tim Walker. Do any of these scenarios have any impact on transfers in terms of the likelihood, or if this would potentially alter their behavior if any of these calendar options were considered?
The transfer window that we utilize for the following year is actually in process at the moment. So parents, of course, would have to make a decision based on what their calendar is in their home district as to whether or not they would apply for a transfer to come over to RUSD. We've been moving the calendar back each year to try to align ourselves with Corona Norco and other districts that do the process, some even before the holiday break. We are ending close to the beginning of January. We used to do this in March. So it has not affected the numbers coming into the district as far as applications for transfers. And of course, as a district of choices, we are filling up as a district at many of our schools. We have many programs that are highly desirable to families in the Inland Empire and surrounding area. I do not anticipate that a change to our attendance calendar when we start school would have a great impact. They're choosing us for our programs and for our status as a high-performing school district, not because of our calendar. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So these were the 3 options that we are bringing forward to the committee. As I told you, the recommendation we started with to be able to let you know what the committee recommended, but these are the 3 options. They're very different. The one would be the option 1, staying the same for the next 3 years. That's calendar A. Option 2 is calendar A, staying the same for the 2017-18 school year, then moving to calendar B. And then the last one be option number 3, calendar B. So based on all of the information, both the professional level of understanding from staff, along with the surveys, these were the 3 options that they felt best met to bring forward to the board.
All right. So we're really, your committee is recommending to forget about C, splitting the elementary and your committee is recommending, and not recommending D either, which has a great imbalance
Correct.
of teaching days, et cetera. Okay, so I'm going to take some public comment now, and thank you, Assistant Superintendent, and I'm sure you'll be back up here in a moment. Carrie Batchelor. Ms. Batchelor, you have 3 minutes, but we're kind.
Hi,
Welcome.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I am a parent of a 10th grader, a 6th grader, and a 2nd grader, and I would like either option A to stay as is. I feel like this entire school calendar change is based solely off of high school sports players. And while I see that CIF starts before us 1 week of going to a sporting event before the rest of the school. It doesn't really seem like it should be that imperative when it's affecting, 8 or 9 other grades. I have volunteered in my children's elementary school every year for the last 6 years. It is hot in their classrooms in August and September, even October, even today. I was volunteering in my second graders class this morning from 10:15 to 11. It wasn't even that hot outside. It was hot and stuffy in that room. I feel like starting in the middle of August for little kids that are now going to get stuck on inclement weather, who don't get any time to release that pent-up energy that they have in their class, is going to be a detriment to their learning. It's going to drive the teachers crazy. I just feel like everything seems to be based off of the high schoolers and sports, and I really hope that you guys take into consideration that there's 9 other grades that are going to be affected by this, and sitting in a classroom that needs to have an air conditioning run the entire time, I'm sure is going to increase some electricity costs, some expenses for the school district, and I hope that you're also considering that as well. That's pretty much the gist of it. I've talked to my sophomore about it. Does she want to start early? She thinks that she's fine with the schedule. She kind of fell into that I don't really care sort of thing. But I feel like there's so many other students that you guys are kind of missing the boat on, and I hope that you take into consideration what happens in an elementary school classroom. Maybe come and sit in there, feel how hot it is. Spend a day with the teacher on inclement weather. When it's 110 degrees outside, you might not want to start on August 15th.
You make it sound so inviting. I don't know why not.
Right. I mean, seriously, you guys want to start on August 15th, I think, in 2 years?
Would somebody put that back up, please? With the back room, please put the calendar choices. Thank you very much. Go ahead, ma'am.
This August 15th of 2016, the temperature in Riverside was 107 degrees. That would have been our first day of school if we started 2 weeks earlier. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want my 7-year-old sitting in a classroom all day at 107 degrees on the first day of school when they're all like, ah! So please take that into consideration. It's not just the high schoolers you guys are going to be messing with when you make these decisions.
Thank you, Ms. Bachelor. Thank you for volunteering as you do as well. It's very much appreciated and needed. Nicholas Chitwood.
Okay, good evening, Dr. Hanson, Mr. Hunt, and members of the board. I'm here to speak in favor of the change to the school calendar. Originally, I came in response to what my wife perceived as a large social media backlash against the staff recommendation. However, that backlash doesn't seem to materialize in the room today. That being said, I still would like to offer my support. The support comes both as a perspective as a former teacher as well as a current parent in the district. As a former band teacher, I would regularly hold camps over the summer to teach students songs and routines for football games. There were several years where the first football game even fell prior to the beginning of the first day of school. So that resulted in some challenges for our program in both accountability for student attendance, because how do you hold someone accountable for something that has happened even before school started, as well as in being truly prepared for that first performance. A change in the calendar as proposed would have resulted in being able to cancel some of our summer camp. We normally would do a week and a half, and if we move up 2 weeks, I would have seen us been able to cancel at least a few days of that, actually giving parents more time over the summer with their families. Thinking about my former colleagues teaching subjects with more well-defined pacing calendars, the advantage of them being able to tie a bow tie on that first semester's content prior to the December break, it's more than just a convenience, I think, from my perspective as a former teacher in the district. Let me move on to as a parent. As a parent, I'd also like to offer my support for the change due to the lack of alignment with surrounding districts. So I now work for a district that, like the majority of Inland Empire districts, starts earlier, and this misalignment makes it difficult for our family to plan for vacations. Now, of course, I recognize that's a pretty individualized issue, right? But I suspect that most of the opposition is those sort of individualized issues of convenience or sort of what we've done historically with our families in terms of vacation. Change is supported by many academic factors, including curricular pacing, alignment with surrounding districts, as well as preparation for AP and IB testing. In response to some concerns brought up tonight that I even heard just before I spoke, even if this change is driven primarily by the needs of high schools, hopefully all our kids will end up in high school and benefit from this change. And then as for heat, June I didn't really find to be the nicest time of year either in Riverside. So I think you're going to gain a little bit more heat in August, but you'll lose some of that June heat. So At this point, I'd like to encourage the board to move forward at the very least with option 2, if not option 3. I think if we're going to make a change, let's go for it and go full bore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairwood, appreciate it. Okay, Mrs. Alavi.
I also had another question, Kylie, because I gave you quite a few articles about how Los Angeles Unified
Yes.
had moved their calendar back, and there was quite a big uproar on their board about doing that, and I just wanted to know how they were able to fit it in before Christmas. Do you know what schedule they're using? Because they moved their calendar to basically start when ours does now.
Right, and there's they have multiple districts within the one large, and each one has a different set of how they're administering their finals and their semesters. So they did move their calendar, but it didn't give information as to how they're addressing the final component.
Okay.
Thank you. Alex, Board Member Herrera, pardon me.
Just something that hasn't really been mentioned in this. So right now, even though the semesters currently are like pretty much the same with 9190 split, like because of like mainly because of AP testing. So like going back to the whole curriculum thing and like the amount of time that we have to go through the curriculum, really like the finals, like last year I had finals like right before the AP exams, because really that's all the curriculum's for. It's just for the AP exams in my AP classes. And so after the AP exam, really like for a month plus, like we weren't exactly going over that AP curriculum because the AP tests already passed. There was no point in going over the AP curriculum. So we're doing like, we're still doing obviously like work on our subjects or for the classes or whatever, but it wasn't to that AP level. And so really, I wouldn't like, on paper they're like evenly split, but currently how we have it now, it's not exactly like as even as it should be, mainly because of those AP testing and that extra time that we have afterwards that really could be better used before the exam, going 2 weeks prior even, so, yeah.
Thank you, Alex. Well, I want to say that I'm looking forward to November 21st, because according to my handy-dandy weather app, it will actually drop below 70. That'll be the one day this month. I don't like Al Gore, but I'm beginning to believe him. And I think weather is a concern, but we're in the education business. And with all respect to the mom who came up here, and I agree with her, I know that it is hot. We have a lot of students that don't have air conditioning at home. So, I mean, we have a very challenged community. I want to do what's best for education, and I appreciate all the staff's done. Because we didn't agendize this as a voting matter, and I have one more, Mrs. Alavi, we cannot vote on it tonight, but what I would like tonight is just your general comments to give direction to the staff what to put on the agenda. I'm going to assume right now, by looking around, nobody wants C or D, calendar C or D, right? No one wants their house stormed by folks, okay. So we're going to ask you to put those two on the next, be on the December 5th agenda.
Okay, let me go back so that I'm clear. You would like option 1, which is to stay the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And option 2, which is the committee's recommendation?
It seems to what I'm hearing that there's no one that wants to start option 2 immediately. We want to, if we do, if you favor option 2, you favor some ramp up time because somebody, you know, whatever. Is that right, everybody? Right?
I think option 2 and 3 are essentially the same, it's just phased.
It's phased, correct.
Well, it's a 3-year calendar, and what it does, it stays the same. It stays status first year, and then as we begin in the 18-19, it goes to 2 weeks earlier.
Correct.
Which would meet some
It
of these
allows 18 months
Okay.
of preparation time and time to be able to work with your staff, your students, your teachers. Any things that might have been planned this summer, they're able to still address or move forward. So it does try to meet that happy medium with regards to preparation.
Okay.
But Mrs. Lockdawson is correct. It is not, we weren't being disingenuous. We were trying to kind of find a happy medium. So it's a morphed, we called it a morphed version of option 3.
And I have a question from Trustee Alavi, then Trustee Lockdawson.
I was hoping, Mr. Martin, you could come up, because I was just going to ask you what feedback you were getting from your elementary teachers versus your secondary teachers. And whether they were conflicted.
You
That's
had your
right.
election, by the way?
Had him crossed. Pardon the hoarse voice. You know, my experience has been, and it was confirmed this year, that they split right down the middle. You know, they all have their personal preference,
Right.
like everybody does, in terms of vacations or family type things during the summer or winter holiday. They all have their personal preference. But both the elementary teachers think that the schedule as it is better for their kids because of the weather, and the secondary teachers think the schedule starting 2 weeks earlier is better because of the testing. So,
What about the 3-week break? Do elementary teachers feel that's too long before they bring their kids back? I mean, are they afraid they're going to lose momentum?
I don't know.
You didn't get any
No.
feedback about that?
No, I did have some ask why we would do a 3-week break. Why couldn't we do a 2-week break and finish like June 1st?
Right.
And I explained there were some problems with athletics. There was it looked to me like we'd have to have elementary school on the following Monday if we did that because of the way the calendar fell. But, you know, I don't think anybody would be disappointed if it stayed the same, but the secondary teachers, I think, really, for the most part, would love to see a change.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Mrs. Log Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. A question and then a comment. Did we look at things like having a 2-week spring break? Or a week in the winter?
And let
like
me
a
address
ski
that 3
break,
weeks at
you know?
Christmas. That was just to be able to allow you to get the students to play who might. And as you remember, I said it's few teams, but you know, as Daryl reminded me, Mr. Hanson reminded me when we stepped back, that was just something that can be put in. It does not have, if you opted to be able to take morph again, create another option, and move that to where they got out that first week, you can take it and make it a 2-week break. We were just trying to kind of accommodate all of the situations that could occur to best support the students. We really were trying to keep the students focused and first with regards to that. Could you take it and make it 2 weeks at Christmas and 2 weeks at spring break? Absolutely, you can do that. There's other options that can be done and you know, during that Christmas break that you could be creative with. So, I mean, there's different things, but I think
Matter of fact, Alvord, the week of in February between the two President's Days, they take a
Yes.
week. They have a week at spring break, and then they have a 2-week Christmas break. Again, my former district, 3 weeks, others 2-week spring break, trying to get to the end of the year to finish up all extracurricular activities before the kids graduate. That's why you see schools still getting out, like Corona Norco starts 2 weeks before, but they graduate the week before we do. It's because they have to prolong it because of the extracurricular activities.
And to kind of, I mean, Mr. Martin kind of alluded to it so that you know that week before is only a 4-day week because of Memorial Day. So no matter how you work it, when you're looking at getting out within that first week of June, you've got a 4-day week the week before. So that's what kind of causes some of the count-wise to make sure that you're able to get it all in.
And
Sorry.
Okay. And the reason I was asking is because I do think that could make it a little more palatable to some of the parents, like Ms. Bocher. I don't want to speak for you, but I too am a parent, and I hate starting early. I don't like it. But I could like be okay with it if I knew maybe I could have 2 weeks at spring, or maybe a whole week in the middle of winter or something.
We can move, that can be a whole nother morph schedule.
So it's like a little bit of horse trading going on there, and I think it might not be a bad idea. But my comment that I said I was going to make was just what I said, is I really do not like the idea of starting early in August. I just don't, but I also am not going to say no to it. I want to consider it and look at it. It is an awful time of year to start, but I know we've looked at air conditioning costs. We've studied this ad nauseum. And I think the other thing is, as we saw with Los Angeles Unified, this is not set in stone. We could do this for 3 years or whatever after this
Absolutely.
goes implemented. And we decide we don't like it, we can go back. We
Absolutely.
can roll it back.
And one of the things
So-
that Alex came from Alex's survey, and I'm going to speak for you and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is moving it forward also gives the option, and I kind of, when you said it, it made me think of the weeks off and the time for the kids to possibly have the ability to get some of that summer work done so they can have more of just a break. And then they have the break at Christmas and then the break at spring break if it's aligned, to be able to provide more time.
And I would definitely support it if my kids didn't have projects over winter break.
That's the goal of,
Winter break.
That's the
I
goal of
just- Give them a
finishing.
vacation.
But why do they do that?
I know.
Even
I don't
so,
think they, I know.
That is not part of your semester.
They're getting it now, though.
That's
They
what
all
it
get
is.
it.
Ms. that'll be your next, then I'll finish up.
So I do think that this comes down to a secondary, primary kind of discussion. And so are we weighing the health and happiness of the kids that have to go back in elementary school in a very tough time of year versus sports and things that have accelerated? And to a certain extent, this is all like the lemmings crossing over the cliff, if you ask me, because school districts start following one after the other, and then CIF makes it worse by moving their calendar, and then pretty soon all the lemmings are over the cliff. I'm just not sure I want to be one of those lemmings, because I still believe that there are reasons for maintaining your summer holidays in a traditional fashion. And yet I do see, I definitely see the point of view about getting finals done before Christmas, and that's why I was asking why there wasn't some way we couldn't do that with the current system, and I still don't know why we couldn't.
All right, what
Thank
I'd like,
you.
thank you, Ms. Allen. What I'd like you to do when you come back for the board on the 5th, one is to answer that question ad nauseum, is to why, just under the current system, kids can't finish. That, I agree with Mrs. Locke Dawson, I don't want the kids to have work over I want them to have vacation at the holidays, the winter holidays. So I'm interested in that. But I'd also, I think we're in the education business, and there's things we can control and things we can't control. We can control air conditioning, and we can control insulation. There's things we can do. We can't. The CIF is the tail that wags the dog, and I appreciate the gentleman, the band director, who brought that up. So I would also like you, if you would, to just give us some, when you come back with option 2, calendar A, just and talk to Gina Cheadle and the PTA and other people that have to do daycare, childcare. Is 3 weeks at Christmas too much? Would it be better to do 2 and 2? Just some of those variables that might fit in there, how that might work. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And,
Yes.
okay, all right. All right, Mrs. Locke Dawson.
I want to go back to Mrs. Alavi's point, too, about this being sort of, and Mr. Martin's split down the middle thing. It's become this versus sort of thing, right? The high school versus the elementary and what their interests are. And I do think, though, that the interests have been being driven by elementary, and the high school teachers who have brought this up have not had their concerns addressed over the years. So that's why I was saying we could always roll it back like LA. I mean, maybe it's time to let the high school teachers see if it works. I don't know. I mean, I don't, I'm very torn with it, but it does seem like it's been driven by the other side of the verses. And so maybe it's time to maybe do a little due to the other side. So
Yeah. Never easy. Bands, boundaries, and booster clubs, right? And calendars. So we're going to adjourn to closed session. First, is there anyone in the audience has anything they'd like to speak to on the closed session agenda? All right, seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session and return in 1 hour. Thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Navarro, for your work. And the committee, very much thank you to the committee. I'm going to call the meeting to order in about 60 seconds. All right, good evening. We returned from closed session, which we do have one item to report on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Dr. Hanson to report on that and then to go right into his district superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hunt. As President Hunt did mention that in closed session, the board took action unanimous for the appointment of a new VAPA specialist for the Riverside Unified School District. And her name is Anne Marie Guzzi. Anne Marie, would you please stand? Why don't you remain standing as I share with the folks here that your bio. Anne Marie received 2 double bachelor's degree, one in literature and culture in English, along with music, in music with honors. And then she received her master's degree from the New England Conservatory of Music in classical piano performance. I failed to mention that her bachelor's degree was from Brown University. Anne Marie comes with an extensive background in the arts. Most recently, she was the Director of Education and Digital Projects for the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra. She oversaw a diverse portfolio of education programs. A large component of her work with Baltimore involved designing curriculum and creating art experiences for students in kindergarten through 12th grade. Mrs. Guzzi also spent 2 years with the City of Birmingham Symphony Orchestra in Birmingham, United Kingdom, working as their learning and participant manager. And here she led the education team and worked closely with school principals and teachers to connect programs to school curriculum. Prior to this, she was with the Seattle Symphony and worked with many groups in Rhode Island as well. In all of her positions, her references speak to her strengths in creating partnerships and working with the community. And after this extensive travel, Anne Marie and her husband are returning home to Santa Monica, where she grew up, and so we welcome her back to Southern California. And welcome to RUSD, Anne Marie.
Anne Marie, you did not get to meet our student board member, Mr. Herrera, Ms. Alex Herrera. I wanted you to make sure.
And just to add one other thing, Anne Marie's husband just was hired at Cal State San Bernardino as the collaborative pianist. So it's a couple with a lot of music, a lot of experience that they're going to bring to our region. Again, we're just very grateful to have you join the RUSD team. Thank you, Anne Marie. Also a pianist. Wonderful.
What is a collaborative pianist?
Come to the microphone,
Come to
Anne
the
Marie.
microphone. There you go.
Come up here and pull the microphone right down.
We were having bets in the back room what that meant. And we didn't.
He's not here. He works with the opera in the early evenings. But a collaborative pianist is an accompanist, essentially. So he works with all of the students and faculty, trumpets and violin, on their recitals and concerts and things like that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Anne Marie left closed session, we asked each other, what is a collaborative pianist? So you
We-
answered that.
we
for
all
us.
lost.
Thank you, Anne Marie. And again, we're grateful that you chose RUSD.
Thank you.
Regarding the
And she can probably leave to drive
Oh,
back
yes,
to
you
wherever
can.
she's driving.
Yes. You don't have to stay for the whole meeting.
No.
Anne Marie begins her employment on the Monday after we return from the Thanksgiving holiday. So again, welcome. All right. Regarding the superintendent's report, I'd like to first ask Renee Hill, Assistant Superintendent, to report on 2 exciting things from her division. One deals with computer science, and the other one deals with the Heritage Program. Ms. Hill.
Good evening, President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board. I want to just formalize, I know you have heard we're making strides in our effort with coding. And most people at this point say, what is coding? So think of coding as dual language, where you're learning the language a computer speaks in addition to your language. Or an analogy that Steve Kong uses is, even though most of us have never written a book, we all learn to read and write. So even though some of us will never write a program for a computer, we can still learn to read and write computer language to some degree. So our district is being recognized now at the national level. There's a nationwide effort called CS for All, and you submit an application to participate in CS for All. We submitted the application as the lead district for our 9-district consortium, and we were approved as a whole consortium. So the Inland Code Consortium is now featured on the CS for All website. And in addition, next couple of weeks, December 7th, there will be an event at the Fox, where some dignitaries will join us to just commend Computer Science Week. One person in particular, Maynard Holliday, Assistant Secretary of Defense, works on Department of Defense STEM initiatives. And students, college students joining that program can get paid and also attend college and undertake STEM fields. So pretty exciting that way. Yay, coding, dual language for computer language. And then, as Dr. Hansen mentioned, this coming Friday, Heritage students and some middle school students will be attending the Black Student Leadership Symposium at Cal State San Bernardino. Excuse me, this will be our 3rd year that we go. Students will have a little bit of a tour and see how classes go. And as I explained to Dr. Hansen, it's all part of developing that college-going identity. So you don't have to imagine yourself on a college campus. You can actually be on a college campus and see what it's all about and get the feel and have that experience.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
What is the date for the event at the Box?
December 7th.
Okay, thank you.
December 7th. And it'll be on the events list.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. And board members, this will be the last time that we formally meet prior to the annual CSBA Annual Education Conference, which is the first part of December. And I've provided for you at all of your stations a sheet. Let me talk about this briefly. First off, this week in the mail out, Mrs. Martin will provide for you all of your arrangements regarding how you're going to get to the conference, where you're going to stay, and all those type of things. And you're going to be given an entire booklet. But I went through the booklet this last weekend, and I looked at the board goals and other initiatives that we've worked on, and provided for you a list of workshops that perhaps you could consider attending. You can see some of the titles that we have. We have well-being, and there's a whole slew of them. The conference is on December 1st, Thursday, 2nd Friday, and 3rd Saturday. There's a whole bunch on VAPA there. If you flip over to page 2, you can see the STEM, the Career Technical Education workshop in Middle College. There's several workshops on restorative practice with the dates and times. Bond and how to leverage the most out of your money. Marketing and branding. English learners, I know that is a key priority for our school board. And there's a couple workshops there. Parent outreach, and then the very last page, leadership and governance, as well as some things on Common Core and accountability and graduation rates. So things that we've been talking about as a district, as a school board, as you've given direction to the staff. Again, just went through. This booklet is several pages long. Naturally, you could pick and choose your own, but I'd encourage you to certainly take a close look at these workshops, and it'd be great if we could divide and conquer and perhaps go to those workshops and learn about the things that are bright spots up and down the state in regards to the same things that we're working with. And again, look for in the mail out this week from Beth the booklet, your itinerary, and all those type of things. And I know that Mrs. Kakish and Mr. Garcia and myself look forward to spending those few days with the school board. The last thing to conclude my report is just a reminder. First off, congratulations, everyone. If we could stand up and cheer, I would, but on the passage of Measure O. That is so exciting. So exciting what that is going to do. And also the passage of the state bond Proposition 51. That's a $9 billion bond, $7 billion targeted K through 12. What that does for us as our local fund, Measure O, will generate just south of $400 million. We'll be eligible to tap into, being conservative, $200+ million of matching funds. And so that 400 million turns into 600 pretty quickly. And of course, that'll be a large chunk out of our master facilities plan, the $1 billion of needs that we have. But I want to remind all that this Wednesday at Central Middle School, from 5 until 7 o'clock p.m. will be an official celebration with the campaign committee, Ophelia Valdez Yeager, and several others, and all those who walked precincts, did phone banking, and it's just a chance to celebrate for all those volunteers. The invitation's gone out, and look forward to being there and being with you all on Wednesday, this Wednesday from 5 to 7. And then I do know that our December 5th board meeting will have the campaign committee here as well. I know that the board has requested that we just recognize and celebrate that core group of folks, and they'll be here on Wednesday, December the 5th. So look forward to being with you. And now, as I mentioned at Good Morning Riverside, the fun begins as we do some exciting stuff for our school district and throughout the city for the next several years. Look forward to that work. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Appreciate it. Is there any public input? I didn't announce that prior, so if anyone has any, I'll let you come up. We'll get a card from you. All right, seeing none, we'll move on. I have the consent calendar. These items are usually considered to be routine and customary. The board takes in one motion. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Thank you, Alex.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
And thank you, Dr. Farouk. I'm sorry.
Second, yeah. Second.
You're both so young, I get you mixed up sometimes.
No, that's good.
So, Alex, thank you. I have a motion and a second to approve. Please vote. And the consent calendar, thank you, Alex, carries. So we will go on to,
Oh, actually, yeah.
oh,
Oh, that's good to note that.
yes. So please record that yes vote is, oh, did you vote the wrong one?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize
okay.
that.
Darn machine says, no, it's okay.
We'll revote.
All right, well, we will revote. Please revote. All right, there we go.
Thank you for catching that.
Mr. Lee is at, by the way, as I should have mentioned it, Mr. Lee is at a family event tonight that he could not get away from and sends his best. Okay, we're going to hear a report on the dual language immersion program, one of our favorite and most important programs we have going on here. Assistant Superintendent Anthony Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. Hunt, Dr. Hanson, members of the board. 7 years ago, we, as a school district, opened our first dual language immersion program at Washington Elementary. This evening, Michelle Mitchell, one of our instructional specialists who oversees the DLI program for Riverside Unified School District, will be providing the board with some information on the opening of our 6th DLI program at the fall of 2017. She will also share information on the communication to Washington families about the expansion of the DLI program at the middle school level. And finally, she will be providing some information to you about our high school expansion in the year 2019-20, as requested by the board when we first presented this proposal back in the summer. So I'm going to ask if Michelle can come on up.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again and have an opportunity to speak with you once again about dual language immersion, one of my favorite topics, I have to admit. Okay. We do have 3 objectives this evening. So I'd like to start with our discussion on the lateral expansion at elementary. As you know, we have 5 elementary schools already in our dual language immersion family. We have Washington and Castleview in the Poly feeder area. We have Mountain View and Jefferson in the Ramona feeder pattern. And then just this year, our 5th elementary school joined us. That was Longfellow. And of course, Longfellow is in the north feeder pattern. So we would like to present to you our ideas, our promotion, our suggestions for lateral expansion at elementary. We know already that dual language immersion is a highly popular program. Every year we've gone to a lottery, and this year our application window has been open for 2 weeks, and just looking at the applications that are coming in, we know that we'll be going to a lottery and generating a wait list again. So we know that it's very popular. We also know that it's a very successful program for our students. When we look at state data, when we look at district data, consistently we see that our dual language immersion students are either at par or they're outscoring their non-DLI peers. So our students in the program are doing very well. With those facts in place, we recommend that we expand to one more elementary site, and that school be in the north feeder pattern. When we looked at the candidate schools that are in the north feeder pattern, it became clear that really the best candidate for expansion would be Fremont Elementary. We know from our experience that when we expand to a school, we need to make sure that we have a high enough population of English learners so that in each of our dual language immersion classrooms, at least 50% of the students are either Spanish speakers or bilingual. So when we looked at Fremont, Fremont has 35% English learner. They also have space to expand on campus. We know that our program generates transfers, and transfers create additional classrooms. So Fremont has extensive space, actually, that we can move into. They have classrooms available, and there's also space to bring in portables if we had to. We also are looking for teachers already in place that have their BCLAD. So Fremont has 2 BCLAD teachers that are ready to begin the program in kinder. But I think the 2 criteria that are most important for our selection were the last 2 bullet points up there on the slide, and that's principal support and commitment and community interest. Ms. Dahl, the principal at Fremont, and I have been talking for over a year, I believe, on the possibility of bringing dual language immersion to Fremont. She's very supportive of the program. She's excited about the program. She's already spoken with her staff about it. We've done a couple of presentations together on what dual language immersion could do for Fremont. She sees it as a valuable program and an asset to her school. So her excitement, I think, is one of the key reasons that we should look to Fremont. The other is community interest. We've already had a parent meeting on October the 20th, and the parents that were there expressed a lot of interest in having their students join the dual language immersion family. And then at a later meeting, staff also expressed that several parents in either preschool or transitional kinder classrooms had already expressed interest in joining dual language immersion. So we strongly believe that Fremont should be our 6th elementary school to join our family. Do you have any questions regarding our lateral elementary expansion?
Oh, I'm sorry, we certainly do. Mrs. Alavi has a question for you, Ms. Mitchell.
Well, I guess the obvious question is, what about the west side of Riverside, and did you give it thought? And at this point, why did you decide that it would be better to go the route that you chose? Because it sounds great to move it to Fremont. I'm all for it, but just wondering why the west side wasn't chosen.
Well, I think for a couple of reasons, and one of the reasons it's actually building on the Longfellow expansion. So when we look at how we've expanded the program, we've usually done it in sort of pairs of schools. So we started with Washington and Castleview, and then we went to Mountain View and Jefferson. And now that we have a school at Longfellow, it seemed an appropriate idea, an appropriate next step to have a second school join Longfellow.
Is there some sharing of professional development or something that goes on between these pairs of schools?
Well, I think one of the things that happens, we do staff development across the district. So we do staff development. We bring in all of our teachers. For example, our kinder teachers team together, all of our grade levels work together. But there are advantages to having schools that are close. For example, if teachers want to get together at a particular grade level and we don't have anything that's district-wide in place. For example, I know Washington and Castleview, those teachers team a lot, the kinder teachers especially team a lot, and Mountain View and Jefferson join when they can. But having the geographical closeness and that partnership, I think, would be supportive.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mitchell, and thank you, Mrs. Alavi, for asking that question about the west side of our district. I assume that when you pick a school for dual immersion, you need to be sure you have a good collection of Spanish-speaking attendees. It is dual immersion.
Right, that is a critical piece.
What would be needed, I mean, if we just did immersion, if we just decided to teach, if we don't have enough Spanish-speaking, native-speaking children, how would that work, and what are the ups and downs with that?
Well, there are immersion programs as well across California and across the nation. So immersion programs, really your largest group of students are going to be English speakers who are learning that second language. So you don't have that cohort of students that are partnering with them every day and modeling that second language for them. So when we look at the results, usually immersion programs are strong programs. Dual immersion programs tend to have better results, I believe, simply because they have 25 more models in the program. If you have 2 grade levels at kinder, for example, half of those students are going to be Spanish speakers. So when the students interact, when they're collaborating, there's just more opportunity for them to practice the language.
But an immersion program can be productive.
Absolutely.
So just want to give you fair warning, Dr. Hanson, that next year when I sit in a different chair, I will be bringing this up a lot, that we have anything west of Jefferson, and I think all the schools we picked are fine, and you have great criteria, and Fremont is very deserving. God bless that little school. I can't believe you have room at Fremont. That's nice to hear. But I do want to hear more about immersion in some of the schools I represent on that end of the world, as far out as Lake Matthews, and I know some parents that would be interested in other than Spanish. So I'd just like to find out more, Dr. Hanson, is the next school year, that what other districts around the state may be doing on that. So,
and I'm sure that's something we can bring forward at a later date.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Well, you got a lot on your plate now, so
I don't
have any more questions for you, and we thank you very much. I'm sorry? Oh, she has to tell us more. I'm sorry. You have more for us then.
I do have more.
I'm trying to get out of here. It's my last meeting as president. I'm trying to get home, so go ahead.
I'll try and be quick.
All right. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
So when we include Fremont in our program, I just wanted to bring up a map so that we can actually see how this program looks geographically so far. You can see Castleview in Washington, Jefferson, Mountain View, Longfellow and Fremont, and then of course we have our 2 middle schools, which brings me to our second objective of the evening, which is to share with you our information about our middle school program, which of course is starting this fall. So we're very excited. Our first cohort of dual immersion students is now at 6th grade. Their final year at Washington. They're moving forward to middle school. And of course, Gage is our first middle school that will begin the program. And Sierra will follow in 2020 when Mountain View students leave 6th grade and move on to Sierra.
How is your, with Washington, how's your retention rate been? You started out with X. How are you doing as far as number of children staying with you now these 6 years?
I think we've done pretty well. We have lost some students. I mean, it happens. People move. It usually isn't because they don't like the program. It's usually just because they have to move. When we lose students, we try to replace them with students from other dual language immersion programs or with students who are already bilingual or who are Spanish speakers.
So even though I'm in the 3rd grade, there's an opening, I could still, and I haven't been in the first 2-3 years, I can still pop in there.
Well, for our English speakers, our students who speak only English, really about the latest we can take students is usually midway through 1st grade, because after that, the language level and the language proficiency of the other students has increased, and it's more challenging. We certainly do take them at the beginning of 1st grade, but for any grade level, if we have students who are from a dual language immersion program, for example, who are already developing that biliteracy, they can come into our program at any time, as long as we have space. Students who are already bilingual and biliterate can join. And of course, our English learners, we open the program up to them, particularly our newcomers who come in, because at least for half of the day or more, they'll be able to understand the content.
Michelle, we have how many 6th grade classes at Washington this year?
We have 2 now.
2, and we started with 2 kindergarten classes at Washington.
So we're doing well.
That gives you an idea about the number of students that have remained in that program, and so a 6th grade class is how many kids approximately, Michelle?
I think we have 30, 32, something like
Okay.
that.
You know, with,
Pardon me, in each classroom.
In each
So,
classroom.
Yeah.
as long as we have permission from the parents, I understand we own a camera, and I wondered if for a future meeting, if we couldn't have some film. Mrs. Alvey, you remember when 7 years ago when we first were pushing for this, and that film from Corona Norco, that little blonde girl with the green eyes, and sounded like Ophelia on a good day. So I would love to see, I think the board, we'd all love to go out there, but if you could bring that here at a future time, I think that would be wonderful.
We'd love to. We're very proud of the program.
That'd be great. Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
So when we look at our middle school dual language immersion program, one of the key features at middle school is to make sure that we help our students maintain the biliteracy that they've already developed. So we know that when you don't use a language, you lose that language. So at middle school, we want to make sure that our students have many opportunities to be reading and writing in both languages. So in order to do that, we're looking at 7th grade having 7th grade history and pre-AP Spanish, both taught in Spanish. So students will have 2 periods at 7th grade where their instruction is entirely in Spanish. And then at 8th grade, they'll have 8th grade science in Spanish, and of course AP Spanish. And as you already know, the advantage with AP Spanish is that when our students, and I say when, our students take the test and pass the test, because I'm very positive that they will, then they're already moving to high school with high school foreign language credit.
Mrs. Mitchell, Mrs. Alvey has a question for you.
Yeah, I asked this question of Dr. Hansen too. So I assume that you picked 7th grade history and science because you already had Spanish-speaking teachers who could teach that?
We do have an 8th grade science teacher, okay, who's already at Gage. And for our 7th grade history, we've been recruiting, but we've also been looking at the teachers at Gage.
Well, my next question is, what happens when for some reason, that science teacher goes away? I mean, how easy is it to find that kind of qualified middle school Spanish-speaking science teacher?
Well, the great thing about Riverside is we had a newcomer program here at Gage and Poly several years ago when we had teachers in that program who had their credential in the subject area, but also had their BCLAD.
Okay.
So we do have some of those teachers still in the district, so I'm being extremely nice to them.
So it's not as hard as I'm thinking it'll be to find teachers qualified to teach with in Spanish in those courses.
I think we have to be actively recruiting, and Human Resources has been doing a great job of searching out those candidates, and also looking at teachers who are already in place who have their BCLAD and may, without having to take much extra coursework, could get that subject credential or supplemental. So there's kind of 2 ways we can go at it. So we have a few candidates right now at Gage, and also some people who are in the wings, very interested in stepping in.
Good,
So
that sounds positive.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And I'd also like to share with you just a little bit about middle school recruitment. It's a little different recruiting for middle school than it is for kindergarten. When we recruit for kindergarten, we campaign across the district looking for students everywhere who will join in kinder. With middle school, we know that we have a much smaller audience, and that's the 6th grade parents that are at Washington. So we've already begun the process. We had a meeting at Washington on October 17th for our 6th grade parents. Mr. Reller from Gage came, and not only did we talk about what dual language was going to look like at Gage, but he gave a wonderful presentation on all the things that Gage has to offer their students. So that was a really very successful meeting. And then, of course, we're sending out flyers and auto dialers, just making sure that parents understand, even though we've been talking about it, we want to make sure they know we're moving to Gage, the program is going to be there, this is what it's going to look like. So we're doing getting a lot of information out there through Facebook. Gage and Washington both have it posted on their websites. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, we're working closely with Human Resources because we want to make sure that we have those teachers in place. And then with Pupil Services to make sure that the transfer process is smooth. And with that, I'd also like to take us to our 3rd and final objective, which is to have our discussion about expansion to high school. So the last time we were here, we made a proposal that Poly become our dual language immersion high school, and we just wanted to bring some support, some reasoning back to you so that you can understand our thought process. We know that when we've talked to surrounding districts who have already reached high school, they've been very upfront in talking about the attrition factor. And we want to keep as many students as we can in the program who want to be in the program. So we've learned from them, of course, that proximity is important. In other districts, high schools that are the closest to the middle schools have the lowest attrition. So when we look at Poly, of course, it's just down the street from Gage. We know that those parents who could get their students to Washington can then get them to Gage, and physically, without too much stress, could probably get them to Poly. So that proximity is important for our high school program. Also, geographic location. When we think about the map that we looked at earlier, we can see that those 6 dual language immersion schools are almost in a circle. And when we think about our high schools, there really is only one high school that is in the middle of that circle that could possibly serve all of our schools. And then we look at feeder patterns. The district around us also talked about feeder patterns. The programs that have elementary, middle, and high schools following a single feeder pattern have the least amount of attrition. So when we're sending our first cohorts onward to middle school and high school, we know that Poly is in that Washington Castle View feeder pattern. And then, of course, when they get to high school, we want to make sure that we have enough students who can support and sustain the classrooms. So if we only have 5 students, for example, at high school who want to take our 10th grade dual language immersion program, that's going to be very difficult to sustain. So we want to make sure that we're sending enough students forward into the program. And if we are looking at school of residence numbers, even if we look at a 20% attrition, for example, when we look at the students who are school of residence, our Castle View and Washington students who have Poly as their school of residence, and will move forward to Poly, then that would certainly provide us with enough students to sustain the program. And then for me, you know, the last considerations are important considerations, the idea of equity. We know that for our lower income families, transportation is challenging. And we invited parents to join our program. We told them, take a leap of faith. You know, we trust in us. And I want them to be able to trust in us again. And when we think about that high school, I want to make sure that we're making it possible for all of our students, regardless of their income, to
Dr.
get there if
Farouk
they
has a
like.
question for you, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, President Hunt. And my comment really is just more of a general statement. You know, last time that this was brought up, I had brought up Arlington as a thought, and I just want to reiterate that I'm completely supportive of Poly. I think it logically makes sense and all that. I just want to emphasize that I just think, and this is really not a comment to your presentation specifically, but I just think we need to think of something creative on how to brand and support something at Arlington to have some kind of unique identity. So just putting that out there, but I wanted to clarify that, as there was some confusion last time I brought it up.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Mrs. Lock-Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Hi, Michelle. Did we start out way back when we first started our first dual language immersion with that criterion that we needed to have a certain amount of Spanish speakers, or is that a relatively new development, or have we always had that in
No,
place?
we've always had that.
Okay, and what's our threshold? Is it?
Well, when we look at the classrooms, this is pretty much how I populate the classrooms when we get all the applications and we start looking at kindergarten classrooms.
Mm-hmm.
So about half of the students will be English only students, and the other half can be Spanish speakers or bilingual students.
Mm-hmm.
But within that other half, we want to make sure that at least a third, not a third of the half, but a third of the entire classroom are Spanish speakers. So we end up with actually about 50% of the class being English dominant or English only speakers, a third of the class Spanish speakers, and then there's sort of a loose area in the middle that's left over that can be our bilingual, can either be bilingual students or more Spanish speakers.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Mitchell, your next slide actually goes to my question here. I mean, I see where your great sense in Washington and Castleview feeding into Gage, and Jefferson and Mountain View feeding into Sierra. But again, as you just mentioned, some of our most challenged when it comes to transportation are going to be at Longfellow and Fremont. Why haven't we considered University Heights Middle School?
Well, I think that that's something that we can look at down the road, but what we have to look at now are our students who are sitting in our classrooms who are going to be moving to 7th grade. So university could be a possibility down the road when the students that are in the North feeder pattern are ready to go to middle school. But right now we're looking at making sure that our first 2 or 3 years of 6th graders moving to middle school have
So
a
how far
positive.
along are we at Longfellow? I'm sorry, then I understand what you're saying now, but,
Well, Longfellow just started this year.
okay, so we've got a few years to be,
We have a
Perfect
few
for-
years to think about that type of further expansion.
I think Dr. Hanson wanted to remind me of that.
No, thank you, President Hunt. Just, I mean, if you look at, this is a good map that President Hunt has referred to. And if you look at Washington and Castleview leading the way, Poly's the natural feeder. When you look at Mountain View and Jefferson, someday we foresee Sierra on to Ramona. When you look at the North Cluster, Longfellow, Fremont, if you approved that this evening, of course, University and North. Now we could easily expand, and we've talked about this as staff, in an Arlington cluster. You find 2 schools. We do have English learners over there. Perhaps it's dual immersion or immersion, but I think we could pull off dual immersion. And then, of course, your feeder pattern might be to Chamau and Arlington. And then we could explore maybe immersion programs up in the Orange Crest area, the King cluster, things such as that. You really could take and put DLI, which is a bright spot for our district, and those kids do extremely well, English learners and English only. You could possibly open up 2 more elementary schools, possibly 4 if you look at an immersion program. So long term out, we could have thousands of kids part of a DLI or immersion program over the next, 20 years.
I want to, Renee, Ms. Hill, what, in your observation of this, and this is your to oversee, right? No, who's this? Antonio, I'm sorry, sorry. How are these children, if you can do some comparison to non-dual immersion, just the 5th grade classroom next door to the dual immersion class, how are they doing academically in comparison and socially, and what is your thoughts on that as a professional educator?
Well, I think Ms. Mitchell would be able to speak a little bit more about this than I would, because she has been tracking the data for these students ever since we opened up our first DLI class at Washington Elementary. I have looked at the data myself, and overall, our students who are participating in the dual language immersion program are outperforming their non-DLI classmates across the different assessments that we give our students. So, and that includes our English learner students and our English only students.
So the English learners, students, and Ms. Mitchell, are doing better than their counterparts that are not in a dual immersion?
Yes, they are. We do have SBAC data to show you if you wanted to look at it.
I think I would
Sure.
like, do you have that up here?
I do.
Oh, sure, go. Sorry.
So we included SBAC data clearly from last year, and I have English language arts data and math data. But just looking at these 3 grades, and remember that last year was the first year that our program reached 5th grade, so, and also that our students don't actually begin official reading in English until 3rd grade. They spend the vast majority of their day in Spanish at kinder, 1st, and 2nd grade, and it's 60% in 3rd grade. So when we look at the data in 3rd grade, for example, 43% of our 3rd graders across the district met or exceeded the state benchmarks, but DLI students, 46% of our students met or exceeded. When we looked at 4th grade, that difference grows. And then when we look at 5th grade, our DLI students actually, 84% of them met or exceeded those benchmarks, while at the district we were still at 49. So we are seeing the research says there's cognitive benefits to having a biliterate brain, and I think we're seeing some of that here. And then when we look at math, the interesting thing about math is that we actually teach math at every grade level in Spanish. So our students aren't getting any math instruction in English at all. They're getting it all in Spanish. But when we looked at the math data, we actually saw the same thing. So that at third grade, our dual language immersion students, 52% of them were met or exceeded as opposed to 47% at the district level, and 49 as opposed to 35 in fourth grade, and then 48 as opposed to 33 in fifth grade. So our students in the dual language immersion classrooms are doing well, even when they get their instruction in Spanish and take the test in English.
Thank you. We have a question from Trustee Locke Dawson for you.
Thanks, Mr. Hunt. I've asked this question before, but what are we doing differently with these kids than we are with our English language learners that are not in a DLA program? Because obviously, and I'm not sure if you disaggregated these data and you saw what perhaps your English language learners were versus your non-native speaker or your English speakers. If there was a also, did you look at that?
Yes, we always look at that. We always disaggregate it for our English learners. So what we saw with the SBAC, I think the SBAC is probably the most challenging data that we looked at. When we looked at the SBAC, our English learners in DLI are outscoring their non-DLI EL peers across the district, but we're still seeing an achievement gap. So our English learners are still below that their DLI counterparts who aren't English learners. So that's something that we need to focus on. We saw that with the SBAC, but when we look at DIBELS data, we see that that gap is actually closing. And I think last year, I would have to pull the data up because it was last year's data, but I think at fourth grade, we actually closed the gap on one of the assessments. So that was pretty exciting when we saw that.
So it's I guess my point of asking that is, we're doing something right in there with these English language learners, and how is that approach different from our traditional, right, you know?
Well, I think there's a variety of reasons. I think first it is a different program. So being a different program, we are going to see different results. And that's why the research does say that this program is probably the best program for English learners. But I think there are some other things that are happening as well. First of all, students, when they come in kindergarten and they don't speak English, are actually getting content and learning and understanding from the first day because they're hearing it in Spanish. So that's important, and that's an important difference. That's not something that we can replicate in every other classroom across the district, but that is one factor. But there's other things as well that happen in this program, and it's not just that they're being taught in Spanish. We know that in the DLI program, Spanish is the target language, and thus it has an added value and an added status. It's not seen as that second language that students just come in with, but they still have to learn English. It's seen as the target language. So there's a status that's added to Spanish, and I think that helps build student self-esteem. They see that their first language is valued. It's an asset in that classroom. When parents come to the school site, they can talk directly to the teacher. They know that every teacher is going to be able to communicate with them directly. So I think we're able to involve our parents in a different way within the program. And then I think in our program, the expectations are very high. You know, they're very high from that very first day. We look at the data that we see at fourth, fifth, and sixth grade, whether it's the SBAC or whether it's DIBELS or whether it's the CELT, okay, or our AMAOs. We know what our students can do. So those teachers from that first day of kindergarten have high expectations for their students. And their students have high expectations. And then I think the other key piece is that our teachers in the dual language immersion program know that every single second of the day that they're teaching language. So if they're teaching in Spanish, they're teaching English students to learn Spanish. If they're teaching in English, then they have a group of Spanish students, Spanish speakers who are learning English. So every moment in that classroom is also language development, and it's a different way that you teach.
I just think I don't want to do our English language learners who are not in DLI a disservice by having a different standard of learning or a different program. So I'm not indicting anything. I just think it's a question we need to ask ourselves going forward is what are the approaches we're taking and how to improve that.
And I think there are a lot of pieces that we can learn from DLI and incorporate into regular classrooms.
Thank you.
Very good question, Mrs. Locke. Dr. Farouk, you have a question for Ms. Mitchell?
Yeah, just one comment. So I think it's really important that for any program that we're evaluating, that we're always able to put in the context of student achievement. for the files that we have, the SBAC data was not included, and so I just wanted to recommend moving forward for in the future that should always be incorporated into the presentation. So, thank you.
And then we just have one final slide. We just wanted to show you what complete expansion of our 6 elementary schools, our 2 middle schools that we currently have had joined the program, and of course the 1 high school. When we look at our next few years, we still have a lot of work to do with these 9 schools. So, the red arrows indicate when a school has reached its 6th grade or 8th grade capacity and is just continuing on with the same number of classrooms. But every white cell up there indicates expansion that we're still doing in those schools. So, our elementary schools are still growing grade by grade. We still have middle school to get to, 7th and then 8th grade, and then of course 9th grade. So we still have a lot of building to do in our program. And then of course when we look at 2029-30, when our Fremont students who will start next year are in 12th grade, we can see that as Dr. Hansen mentioned earlier, we will have thousands of students in the program that we're touching and being successful.
Ms. Mitchell, I think we're very, very happy with your report, and we thank you so much for it. Do bring pictures next time.
I will
meet
bring
Justin there
pictures.
in the back. And I would say for Mrs. Allaby and I, the only regret we have is that we're not hearing about the 18th year of this program, but we're very glad that we were part of it 8 years ago, pushing for it to happen. Everybody else wasn't up here yet, but they all would have been. So, great program. Thank you very much, Ms. Mitchell,
thank
for your
you.
dedication. Okay, with that, we are going to move on to an update, speaking of communications, from our communications long-term plans. I do want everyone to notice, by the way, you'll note tonight the template for all of your slides and everything has been the same. Dr. Hansen and I talked about that with Mr. Grayson, that though it was fun to see what everybody's artistic abilities were as different presenters, it was nice to have one that just stood out. Mr. Grayson, welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for calling out the fact that all the templates were the same when I come up with a different template, because, we're always growing and expanding, so that's what we're testing a new template here today. All right. Let me just make sure I get my presentation slide. All right. President Hunt, Dr. Hansen, and other members of the board, thank you for having me today. We're here to provide an update on the presentation that I gave back in February of 2016, where as a department we laid out the 9 identified needs for the communications, for Riverside Unified's communications, to not only to build and grow this department, but to be one of the top communications departments for a district our size. So we identified 9 needs, and this is just a short update. This is actually part 1 of 2 different presentations that we will give. So I know, Mr. Hunt, you're ready to get out of here, so we'll try to make it short and sweet.
I love listening to you. Go ahead.
So just quickly, to reiterate the purpose that we've identified for our department, we want to foster open, two-way communication systems between the district, the board, staff, students, families, and the Riverside Unified community. So today, we want to focus on 2 of 4 goals, and these 4 goals were identified through meetings with Dr. Farouk and our board vice president, Brent Lee. We identified 4 kind of core goals that we needed to really focus on moving forward. So I'll talk about the 4, I'll just give you an update, I'll read what the 4 are, but I'm going to talk about 2 of them specifically tonight. The first one is to continue to improve our public perception using digital strategy. The second one is to make Riverside Unified a leading destination for prospective students, families, and teachers. The third would be to enter phase 2 of our Riverside Unified Crisis Communications Plan. And the fourth is to continue to build and expand our Office of Communications. And we're going to today focus on goal 1 and goal 4. So continue to improve our public perception using digital strategy. And before I go any further, I want to introduce the members of the communication team. You know them well, but Robert Bledsoe, who is our communications specialist, manager. Mark Galang, who is one of our digital media technicians. Con Pham, who is in the back, still manning the boards, is, let's see, Con, stick your head out really quick. There you go, Con Pham, also a media technician. And our newest member of the team, our community relations manager, Kristen Hike. I have a tremendous team, and whenever I talk about some of the things that we've done here in the Riverside Unified Communications Department, people from all over the country really are surprised at how we've been able to take a school district communications department and kind of do some unprecedented things, and I'm going to talk about them today. And by the way, I'm Justin Grayson. I'm the Public Information Officer. So first, part of our digital strategy, one of the things that we laid out in our original presentation last February was that we wanted to bolster our social media. We came in, when I came in last July, our social media, our Facebook following was at 2,443 followers, which is pretty good, but we knew it could go higher. Just a quick little background, Facebook has 1.79 billion people that are active users of Facebook. And every month, currently, to this day, there's 1.19 people that use Facebook on a daily basis. Facebook, if it were a country, it would be the second largest country in the entire world behind China. New profiles are being created every second, so we wanted to take advantage of that, especially here in Riverside, where we know this is a digital community. So a year ago today, we were at 2,443 followers. In that time, and if you look up at the slide, we've been able to grow just in 1 year all the way up to, 6,363. Now that blue line that you see on there was the date that I got here. If you see that first little spike there, that was the time around the San Bernardino shootings. We gained about 600 followers in 1 day. And then if you move forward a little bit to where you see it start to grow, that's when we hired Robert as our digital communications specialist, but with a strong focus on our digital strategy. And you can see that that line just continues to grow. That flat line that you see on the left-hand side goes all the way back to November of 2014, and it stayed flat for a very long time until we put the focus on it. One quick stat that I want to give you is that we do spend a small amount of money on Facebook to make sure that our reach goes beyond the people that follow us. So we've spent $370 just to grow our reach a little bit, and we've reached 83,000 people with that 373,000. Those are people that don't follow Riverside Unified and people that we need to follow, people that are in neighboring districts, people that really should be seeing what we do. So that adds up to 0.4 of a penny per person reached with that money that we've spent on Facebook. Speaking of reach, we have reached, and this is just since October 1st, 2016, we have reached 421,000 people, and that's unique visitors, so that means different people. And the reach is just the number of people who saw our content as they scrolled through Facebook. 421,000, consider the fact that we have 6,300 people that follow us on a daily basis. That means that we're going far beyond the people that have clicked like on the Riverside Unified Facebook page.
What do you attribute that to? What is your...
So the question was, what do we attribute that reach to? So we've done a lot of different things. One thing is that Facebook there's a lot of science behind how to use Facebook. And my team has been very diligent in not just researching and kind of figuring out how Facebook works, but we also went to a conference in Huntington Beach that was put on by a public relations publication. And they brought in people from large companies, Walmart, Target, and kind of talked about the Facebook strategy. So we learned a lot about the inner workings of Facebook. But on top of that, we just have really, really strong content. The guys, Mark and Con, I always give them credit. Some of the stuff, the videos that they put together are just tremendous. I mean, these are things that you could see on 2020 or Nightline. And when you have engaging content, people share it. And that's what you really want. You know, it's one thing if all 200 people saw your video and then went away, but if 200 people share it with someone else, then you get that exponential kind of a snowball effect. So it's a good question. It actually leads me to my next slide. And it may be a little hard to see, but I'll explain what you're seeing here. On the right-hand side is a typical Riverside Unified Facebook post. This is the post that, recent story where Kawhi Leonard, NBA All-Star, donated some equipment to the kids over at Ramona High School. We knew that it would be a big story because anytime you get an NBA star doing something in a small community, it grows, or it reaches pretty far. But this slide here talks about kind of gives you an insight into what our strategy is. I'm going to actually use this little feature that I just found today that lets you zoom in. So, shorter posts get 23% more interaction, right? So every time we put up a post, we make sure that it doesn't have a really long paragraph because people might get tired of reading and then they'll go into the next one, right? So the post here was just, about what happened and why it happened, and then we thanked Jordan. I mean, we don't know Jordan, right? But we thank Jordan. We thank Nike Sportswear, Nike Basketball. Just putting those tags in there make it go a little bit further because somehow someone that's on Jordan's page or on Nike Basketball's page might see our post as well. This is one of my favorite ones. You see that little fire in the basketball? Those are emoticons, or emojis as we call them. Using emoticons increases comments by 33%. This is just kind of an insight into some of the science that we look into when we're creating posts. We don't just write and click post. As I stated, driving non-Riverside Unified fans to our page, national and international, by tagging other folks. We also do things like I put this post on the Facebook page of the San Antonio Spurs, just so that more people would see it. And then they'll come to our page, they'll see what we're doing, and maybe someone one day will say, I'm going to move to Riverside because it looks like they're doing some cool things there. Engaging video content, and all of those things combined added up to our highest reach of all of our RUSD posts. If you see that little line right there, this orange line, 201,038 people were reached by just this video. That's 2/3 of the size of Riverside. 54,000 people watched the video. And when it comes to Facebook views are watching it for more than 3 seconds because as you know, sometimes you scroll through, a video starts and then you just keep scrolling. So if you watched it for more than 3 seconds, it counts as a view. 54,000 people watched our video. And we got 1.2 thousand likes or hearts or whatever that little face, the surprised face that you get that some people put on Facebook. And one of the most impressive stats on here is that it was shared 893 times. So that's how you get to 201,000 people reached. So again, Mr. Hunt, I hope that answers your question. We are very kind of scientific about the way that we're approaching this, and it's all about getting more people to see all of the great things that we do here in Riverside. But if we don't have great content and we don't have great leaders, a great board that is approving all of these different programs that we're running, it doesn't happen that way. So it's a very kind of cyclical approach that we've got here. I'll quickly run through Twitter. Twitter is also,
Can I ask
sorry,
a quick-
yes, please.
Do
sorry.
you have, you're the editor, you and your small band of padres there.
Sure.
But do you have contributing editors out there at the different high schools that are working with you, or the middle schools, and what they're doing? Do they run it through you? Are they running their own Facebook community?
Absolutely. So, one thing that we did is we wanted to make sure that we were receiving the content from the schools. We needed to know what was happening at the schools. So, another thing that was a part of our plan in February was to create the Riverside Unified News submission form, which ends up being kind of like what's known in the news world as an assignment desk. So all the things that are happening all come into one central point, and then we get to choose what's kind of the most important, what's the most engaging. So our team then, I might be the assignment editor, or Robert might be the assignment editor, who says, all right, on this day we've got 4 things happening, and obviously we can't be at all 4, but let's take the team out to do this, because this will really show off our district in a good light. When we can't, for those other 3, though, we do encourage those schools to take video, take photos, and not only share them on their pages, but sometimes share it with us so that we can decide what to do. part of our ongoing plan moving forward is to get cameras that are much better quality than the ones that they might use at a school site, and then be able to loan them out to the school site so they can take better quality photos and video. Does that answer the question?
Yes, sir, it did. Thank
Cool.
you.
So I'll quickly run through Twitter. Twitter, similar to Facebook, there's so many people around the world that use it. There's 320 million people using Twitter right now. But we use Twitter strategically. We use Twitter to feed people back to our Facebook page. So everything that we do on Instagram, on Twitter, and on Facebook, I'm sorry, on Instagram and Twitter, Instagram and Facebook gets fed to our Twitter page, but a lot of times those Twitter links will be a link right back to our Facebook page. So on Twitter, right now we have over 1,000 followers. A year ago today, we had approximately 490, so we've doubled in about a year. Tweet impressions are similar to what the Facebook reach is. So the number of times Riverside Unified's tweets have been seen just in this calendar year, 251,344 times. We're very proud of that, considering the fact that we're a Facebook-focused district, but our content is still good. Moving forward, and this came out of Dr. Hansen's student advisory committee, we talked to the students about what was most important to them when it came to social media. And it's interesting, you know, a lot of the younger folks are not using Facebook as much. Our biggest demographic when it comes to our Facebook users are women, you know, most, exactly, Mrs. Lock-Dawson. They're most of the mothers here in the district. I think we're about, I think it's 78 or 80% women that follow us on Facebook. And that's not just Riverside Unified, that's just the users of Facebook around the world. But we have to engage with our students. And so we do have a plan moving forward to use Instagram and Snapchat as ways to engage with students. And we would love to get some feedback from Mr. Herrera and some of the other students on our advisory committees to say, not only what is it that you want to see, but how do you want it delivered to you? Getting to students is tough because some of the content that they prefer is not content that we would always, you know, as a school district be able to put together. So we've got to put together engaging content that still is cool and hip, that young people would want to watch, view, read, and share with their friends. So we have different thoughts about having students have control, obviously responsible students have control over these different accounts and be able to kind of show what's happening at their school. If there's a pep rally at North High School, that's going to go up on the Snapchat. Maybe it gets shared with other students. Mr. Hunt.
No, Mrs. Lock-Dawson has a question for you.
Sorry,
Mr.
Ms. Lock-Dawson.
It just sprung to my mind, this might be a really neat opportunity for kids to be interns too, right?
Absolutely.
Interns from the high schools to get actually work experience. I thought we had kids doing some of the videos before, or no?
We did. We've had, Mark, you want to come on up and talk about that really quick? Thank you.
Hey, Mark.
So about a year ago, we had some, like we do here for the board meeting, we do live broadcast, and there we have interns for, say, football or basketball events where, say, like a finals or something that leads to a playoff that's kind of a high impact game. We'd have students from all the high school video production programs like Ramona and Arlington actually feed a lot of their students to us because they have requirements as far as their media academies for certain hours for their programs to like finish that. And we kind of taken that back because of all the changes in our department. We didn't know what to focus on, and obviously we've moved more towards Facebook. But we've actually had some students want to, or graduated and want to intern with us now for college credit too. But we've been trying to get that across through HR to actually see what it entails to get someone interning with our department.
Because I think it'd be fantastic experience, and it kind of kills two birds with one stone. So I would love to see more of that.
Thank you, Ms. Lock. Mr. Grace, one question I just want to ask it on the flip side of all this fun part. The board has talked in recent past, particularly when we had that a month ago, we had a heightened 2% of an earthquake, right? But what can this district do, or what are we developing that can be an emergency broadcast, particularly to our students? I mean, and in the terrible event of a lockdown for some reason, that sort of thing, how are you able to begin to think about merging those two in or being able to enhance?
I think you're almost helping this thing move forward, because what you're talking about is my next slide. So
I don't have your slides, so I'm guessing.
No, but it's
I-
perfect. It means we're on the same
I
page.
clicked the wrong one, so.
So if you don't mind, let me go into what I'm about to go into, and I'll answer that question. So I talked about Instagram and Snapchat. So that kind of talks about our social media. Still continuing with digital, moving forward with our digital strategy, we all know, and it's not a secret, that our website needs to be updated. And we've been working really hard over the last year to finalize, to go through the RFP process, go through all of the interviews and the presentations, and we have finally selected a provider for our new website, and it's not Blackboard or Schoolwires, who we've been with over the last, 5 or more years. We've gone with School Messenger. School Messenger has been around for a long time, but they've always been known as a parent notification source, similar to ParentLink. So they do auto dialers, they do the kind of auto text messages and things like that. But they saw, an opportunity in the market to rival Blackboard and School Messenger, and so now they build beautiful, functional websites. They've got more than 1,000 schools that they work with. They're all about simplicity, speed, and scale. 24/7 support, which is something that we can say we've had with our current website, and obviously the secure technology. What makes them special? So, like I said, they were the kind of one of the experts in the parent notification world. And now that they build websites, and also if you build websites, you have to build mobile apps. So they have a three-pronged approach to their whole kind of their pitch, their business plan. So the website that we're going to build, that hopefully, and it's on my next slide, that hopefully will be live by January 2nd. That's the date that we've set. And when I say live, I mean that the homepage will be designed and live, but there will be a slow rollout of making sure that everything is up to date. We have a lot of departments. Robert, I think right now, how many pages do you think we have on our website?
We have about 5,000 pages.
Right. There are 5,000 pages on there. And when we say pages, it's not just all pages of content. I mean, HR has about 4,000 of those pages, but it's not, when we talk about pages, we're talking about a PDF might be a page. Someone uploaded a PDF, someone uploaded a Word document, and so there are a lot of different things that we've got to kind of scrub and purge, right? So what we're going to do is we've got a rollout strategy. The homepage will be live. When people come to our site, they'll see something beautiful. There's not going to be any remnants of the current website on there. It's all going to have to be pulled over. It just might not be designed in the way that we want it to be until we roll them out. So we're looking at rolling out the high schools by March, the middle schools by May, and the elementary schools by July, to have everything ready to go by next school year in August of 2017. But going back to Mr. Hunt's question, since their parent notification system is so good, since they offer a strong mobile app, and I actually do have a slide here that shows a site that we are kind of using as a model for how we want to design it. I know it might be hard to see, and then if you want, I can bring it up. I can make it live, but I know we've got time. Oh, okay. So they all integrate together. And the one thing that makes this really simple is, let's say we all, we wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning and there's an earthquake or there's a, tragic event. One of us from home while we're eating breakfast can go in there and type in "no school today," or we can type something into our phones, mobile. We can, we're all mobile. We can type it in and it goes up on the homepage of the website. It goes out as a notification on the mobile app, and if we want, we can send it out as a text message to every person that we have cell phone numbers of in the district. So part of that campaign that we'll have to do as a department moving forward is to make sure that we have all of the parents' cell phone numbers, as many as we possibly can, cell phone numbers, home phone numbers, email addresses. Right now we have a good amount, but it's never, we want 100% accurate phone numbers. So that'll be something that we're going to do moving forward. Any more questions about the website? Yes. Mrs. Alavi.
Dr. Farouk, and then Mrs.
Oh,
Alavi.
sorry.
So my question is, when we're talking about getting that information and distributing it out to parents and everything, what kind of efforts are we doing about cybersecurity also to protect that personal information if we're going to be using these platforms?
Sure. So, unfortunately, it's not my department that handles the cybersecurity. However, I don't know if that would be a Renee question. she's ready.
That is a Renee question. Tech Services handles the security. So we have some filters in the district of various types. And then the Tech Services team has a routine where they just look for intrusions over time so that they know what are the usage patterns, the asking website patterns, that sort of thing.
Well, but still, when you're doing a new initiative like this, where you're going to be organizing people's personal information for this kind of purpose, do we preemptively reach out to Tech Services to give them a heads up that there's something that's a new potential exposure?
You mean to collecting parent cell phone numbers?
Well, I mean, to be putting them on these kind of platforms. I'm just putting it out there. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that.
There's I would say 3 aspects I'd talk about. One is when we collect the parent or student information, it's kept in our student information system, ARIES, where it is now because it's secure there. And if we need it for an application, we do an extract from our system, and then there's an API that goes to the vendor. The second aspect is that our vendor agreements have to have coverage for, FERPA, SIPA, COPA, HIPAA, all the laws that we have to secure student data, and then we have the physical filtering, and then every now and then a human glance at what's going on.
So just to add to that, they, each one of these web companies, I mean, it was part of our RFP to show us how secure. So if we give them kind of access to our database, they have to show us how secure they are. And they've got, I mean, the way that they describe it, they've got, bomb shelter type, places where they're, places where they kind of hold the data. So while we do hold the data internally, we do have to share that information similar to what we do with ParentLink currently. But it's, because those companies are the leading parent notification systems, they really do keep everything secure. There's another question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Alavi. Ms. Alavi.
So you talked about the parents' cell phone numbers. Are you also going to have student cell phone numbers with this too, or is there a problem connecting with the students through their cell phones?
I mean, that's a really good question. As of right now, I don't even know. I really don't know if we have a student cell phone database. Renee, do you happen to know the answer to that question?
In ARIES, there's a field where we could collect it, Mrs. Alavi. We don't currently because we should probably have parent permission for that. So if we want to do that, we'd have to go through some process to make sure that we're asking parent permission for kids.
Well, it would make some sense if you see this as being an emergency system as well as a tool to communicate.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. So right now, Mrs. Alavi, if I may, that's one reason why we keep the student information in our student information system. At the moment, the parent is the only one that can change that information. And right at the moment, they have to do it at the school site.
Ah, well, I guess that's something to work on in the future.
It is. And it's something that we'll, every year when that information request goes out in the beginning of the year, it includes the parent information, it includes the request to, the consent form for using them in videos and all that kind of stuff. All that goes out together in the beginning of the year, and we'll just have to work with the team that sends that out to make sure that the fields are correct and that we're, and that we, I think there's also a communications aspect of just getting the word out that we need this information. Sometimes folks will put the wrong cell phone number on there because they don't want to be on the grid, or they don't want the, sometimes they feel like school district having their phone number means, far too many phone calls, or, so we have to communicate with them and say, hey, this is for your own good. So that's part
Yes,
of.
the student board member could be helpful with that.
Absolutely.
Mrs. Lock Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Mr. Grayson, who's helping with content and information organization for the website? And by that, I mean, does your contractor help you with that? Because my question, I mean, there's a real science behind presenting
Absolutely.
things that are, we have a very complicated organization, but so does UC Riverside. But when you go on UC Riverside's website, you can find things very easily, right? Ours, not so much. So I'm just wondering who is, kind of directing that, crafting that, and could you
So,
speak to that?
yes, definitely. It will be kind of the job of my team to, and we've already started this process, kind of organizing and prioritizing, like, what are the most important things to Riverside families, right? And it is regional. For some places, you know, the link that says parents is just prominent right in the middle because there's so many parents that go looking for resources for them. There's other ones where it's, you know, where maybe a link that shows test scores might be the most important. So we can actually go in and look at the pages that have, for over the last 5 years, been the most popular and decide, hey, this is something that should be prominent on the website. School Messenger, being a company that has done this for over 1,000 districts, also can provide very strong leadership when it comes to, you know, what should be prioritized. I mean, we have, Robert and I talk about this all the time, and we're kind of nerds when it comes to these discussions about what goes where and what it should say, and, you know, does the student and parent link go all the way at the top, or just like this website here, you've got some icons that are right in the middle, that when you come to the page, if you click on it, it doesn't take you to another page, it just shows the content right there as soon as you click on it. So it's going to be a great thing to move to a more modern system. It may take some getting used to because people have spent so much time getting used to our current website, but we'll work to make it as user-friendly as possible. And obviously we'll take, you know, feedback and input from the board as well to make sure that it's to your liking.
Thank you.
Cool. So moving along, so getting out of the digital strategy piece, the goal 4 that I talked about in the beginning was just about continuing to build and expand the Office of Communications. And the way that we're going to kind of do this tonight is we want to talk about our newest part of the communications plan of our department, which is our community relations outreach. So I'd like to introduce again the newest member of our team, Kristen Hike, who's going to come up and give her a quick overview of how community relations really is going to move us forward as a district.
Dr. Hike, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hunt, Dr. Hansen, and board members. Let me load the 1,500 PowerPoints. No, slides, I'm joking. So, looking at Goal 4, community relations aspect of the department, there's 3 main components. One is to implement community outreach and programs with key constituents. Second is serve as the liaison between the district and various facets. One thing I've noticed about government is many people they want to stay away from government. It's very scary. You got the building on 14th Street, and it's not welcoming. How can we make sure as a district to get out there, be a familiar face, be approachable? And then the last one is represent the district to the community through the development and maintenance of various relationships. So that's the big picture. Looking at some of the tactics. Looking at first at doing a benchmark. In order to craft a message, in order to test what programs are favorable, what programs the community is aware of, what opportunities the community knows, we need to look at an assessment. We need to be able to know where we are currently, to know where we need to go, where we want to go, and where the community wants to see the district go. So with the benchmark evaluation, we've been talking to a couple of vendors. It's been recommended to do a phone survey, the best way to get feedback. So that's one of the options that we're looking at for the evaluation. Also having an online component that would be open-ended questions where community members, parents, students, employees can also provide additional information. Next tactic is board visibility. Making sure that people know who the board members are. Making sure that as a representative of the district, people know, and when they see you in the community, they come up to you, they know what your position is, what the position entails, and making sure that whether it be community events, that the board's present, that the board has a face and a role in the community. Next one is the district approachability. I go back to many people are concerned with government. I was in a meeting with a pastor today, and he was saying a mother her child got hit by a car, and she called the pastor before calling 911 because they were concerned about calling government. So how do we make it where RUSD is approachable? If there are questions, someone knows that they can call the district and get a friendly person on the phone and be able to get their question answered. And then targeted community outreach. With the outreach, we have friendlies of the district. We have entities that we already work with, United Way, Big Brother, Big Sisters. How do we make sure to continue to garner that relationship? How do we make sure to flourish it, or make sure it flourishes? How do we nourish this relationship? We also have individuals and entities that we do work with currently. How can we expand it? What are some additional opportunities? What are some synergies between the partnerships? And then we have some groups in the community that we really haven't really worked with. How do we reach out to them, whether it be faith-based community? Like I said, I was in a meeting with a pastor from Grove Church today. And the meeting was simply, hi, I'm Kristen Hike. I want to introduce myself. There was no need, there was no request, other than just wanted to make sure that we had a face-to-face conversation and we had contacts now. So talked about various things that the church is doing, and he also provided additional people that I should talk to. So just making sure to get out with some of these groups that we haven't worked with in the past. And then finally, having town hall meetings. There's currently town hall meetings that the city holds. There's currently town halls that the county holds. So being able to monopolize on this, like President Hunt was a speaker at the Woodcrest Town Hall.
No, she said President Hunt monopolized in the same sentence. I think you did. Go ahead. Yeah, well, you know.
That was a very long introduction, by the way.
Yes, it was.
At the meet. But how do we, and this goes back to the board visibility, how can we utilize our government partnerships to be able to promote our USD? How do we, if there's a gathering of people, how can we get out in front of them? How can we make sure that the school district's involved as a partner? And then also the virtual town halls, having an opportunity that either using Twitter or using an online component to have a town hall, you can call in, you can ask the questions to the board member, to the cabinet, to the superintendent. Again, making sure that the government is friendly, that it's not some scary building on 14th Street. How we make sure that the district is approachable. And then as Patricia Lock-Dawson mentioned at the last meeting, having internal meetings. How do we make sure that the board is approachable to the staff? How do we build those relationships? So having more of internal coffee sessions to be able to make it that elected officials are friendly, like you guys all are, but sometimes can be scary because you guys have titles next to your name. How do we make it approachable?
Not to look too scary, but Dr. Farouk has a question for you, Dr.
Okay.
Thank you, Kristen. So actually, I have some comments to the whole team and the whole presentation. So I obviously want to commend Justin, the whole team. I think how ambitious the scope of what has been expected of all of you and how you guys have been performing in that is just remarkable. So I want to begin with that. Just a couple of comments. I think that one area where I would recommend that we have particular focus and that we try to put some real strategy and creative thought process behind is doing something around Measure O passing. The whole process, how can we really showcase this in beyond just like in the customary way that we do things and really build around that? That would be one comment. Another comment is, I think as board members, I think we would all agree that governance is really the priority of how communications relates to governance. And so I think obviously the inclusion of these town halls and things of that nature are very important. My question though on that topic is, what is the time frame that you're anticipating on the rollout of some of those things? Then I've, actually, yeah, those are my two comments.
Okay. For the benchmark evaluation, ideally spring of 2017. Board visibility already starting and to continue that. The approachability, again, is going to be an ongoing process, but having that benchmark evaluation, we can see where we're strong and where we need to improve. Targeted community outreach has already started. There's strategies to not infiltrate, but to start building upon the relationships we have, as well as how do we target the ones we don't. And then the town halls starting in spring as well.
So I think with going back to the Measure O, I think however we can show transparency, however we can show interaction and creative ways to document the whole process, we really should put that as a forefront of a priority as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hike. Trustee Alavi has a question for you.
Thank you. Kind of a comment instead, but I was looking at this nice little sheet that Dr. Hansen gave us about the annual conference, and on the back it says, there's something called Boardwalks, and it's highlighting San Luis Coastal USD's Boardwalks, which encourages structured tours for trustees to visit school sites in the district twice a month throughout the year. And you, Mr. Hunt, have always suggested that we kind of take a roadshow going, and you're suggesting maybe town hall meetings. So maybe we need boardwalks, like what they're saying. You know, we've talked about it in the past, and it's been cumbersome, but it behooves us to do that to achieve what you're talking about. So I endorse it. Good idea.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Mrs. Lock-Dawson for Dr. Hike.
Thank you, Dr. Hike. Thanks for all your hard work. Glad you're aboard. Just first a comment is I hope that everything we do with our outreach strategy, parents and our community understand that this is always at the end goal of our students, right? Our students are at the center of this, and all of this work that we're spending is to help our kids have a better experience, right, at our USD. So I know I'm telling you something you already know, but I had to say it. One thing, too, I wanted to ask you, Dr. Hiker, maybe this is a question for somebody else, but I was asked at a public meeting, do you have anybody, if I wanted to call somebody at the district to give me a tour of a school, is there someone there that could take me? And I said, no, there isn't, but I think we could. So I do think that could be a role as well, just where we could refer. We have people coming from outside. I mean, look at CARB coming in with, they have people coming in with, we have a great large group of people coming in. And I made a public offer to a group of those people that we would arrange tours for them. So, and I think that would be really nice to have your name and your face out there for that kind of thing. And I think Board Member Lee had suggested, I think you guys were working on sort of a marketing piece for the district, for lack of a better term, with a bunch of our superlatives and all that stuff. And that would be nice to have a little thing on there about that. So anyway, that's all. My 2 cents. You guys are doing great. Thank you.
And Mr. Grayson, one thing I'd like to have you, a couple things I'd like to have you consider cost-wise, and eventually I'd like to have us meet with the Lamar Outdoor Advertising or others that want to advertise on our, one thing we do own is great corners. Yeah. And, but I'm glad you took down that screen on the building, that unfriendly looking building on 14th and Olivewood, that RUSD always thought that was a stamp. But why not, I'm not saying this is the one you do, but why not put up for the whole world to know that, and I forgot what schools it is now, that's embarrassing, but we just had a couple schools be Golden Bells, right? Why not put that up? Why not put up, Dr. Hansen had some information in our last meeting, which we were all thrilled about graduation rates were up. Why not use that corner as a billboard? And, I mean, you get more drive-by on that corner, almost any corner in Riverside, and the people that drive by that corner are a lot of decision makers in this city. Sure. So I'd like to consider that. I'm also going to ask you, and I've asked Dr. Hansen, never ever again to put out anything that's district-wide without the board reviewing it first. Sure. And I'll talk about it, my peers, in my next meeting, but I'm going to recommend to the incoming president and committee that we return to committees that, and particularly, the problem is you're doing such a good job, and you're doing exactly what we wanted. We want to be part of it. We want to, and I want to thank Dr. Farouk and Mr. Lee for sitting down with you. I know that that Mrs. Lock-Dawson and I owe you a date, Ms. Dr. Hike. Probably you're going to teach us, it sounds like, so she will, I know. But please be careful on that other, though. Sure. And because I think it's important, we are the ones that get stopped in Stater Brothers over those things. So, otherwise, if that's the end of your presentation, excellent presentation. Thank you for the work all of your team, everyone is doing. You made us that film y'all did on the King that night. That was just and that that flag. I found out later that have y'all seen the flag that unfurls over the crowd? Charles Gray had that made. God bless little Charles Gray. He also had it. He also picked the music for his last concert, and it was "My Way" was the song they played. So I thought it was pretty fitting. But you go ahead.
Can I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Next? I just I love it that you're giving us these reports. Thank you. This is something that I
Definitely.
think all of us have wanted to see what an overarching strategy is, and just revisiting where we're going and how things are incorporated. I mean, it's really nice to have us moving forward, and I love to hear it, so thank you.
Sure, thank you. Are there any other questions?
No, just credit to Dr. Hanson, too. This is what we've asked Dr.
Absolutely.
Hanson to do, that tear down the walls. Mrs. Alavine, I could not tell anyone here why, but the board I entered and that she was there 2 years prior was very much insular. We were not communicating with our community. That is exactly antithesis of what we're supposed to be doing. And so I'm glad to see what y'all are doing. We're very, very happy with it. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. I definitely have to thank the board for the leadership for having a goal to communicate better in the community. Not to give you any good ideas, but a lot of districts cut communications because they don't recognize the value in it. So the fact that we have a board here that values it and is willing to move forward with it is great. Superintendent, for pushing me. Thank you. And a lot of this isn't possible, or a lot of the work that we do isn't possible without the different departments. So I definitely just, everyone here in the front row, they probably sometimes cringe when the phone rings and it's my name, but, or Robert or Kristen, but, we don't get access to the different programs or get the information that we need if it isn't for the kind of the help and the assistance of the cabinet, and the other managers and leaders here in the district. So, for instance, we talked about at the last meeting doing customer service, which sounds like, the board is, Patricia's comments, it's about customer service, and the HR department, took on a large customer service undertaking to make sure that our secretaries and different folks in the district are trained. And I mean, it's such a team effort that communications, we are the kind of the background of a much larger thing. So we appreciate your comments and your kind of just vision, and continue to push us, and we'll do our best.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Any member of the board that hasn't watched the video on the King salute to public law enforcement, to public safety, the speech that the young lady states over the loudspeaker, written by this gentleman here, absolutely the way she delivered it and what she was delivering. I watched a guy who was upset about maybe law enforcement was not going to happen that night and it had been put off and all that. And he had helped found it. I had stood right next to him, and you could just feel him change. And he was so appreciative. When I met her and introduced him to Justin afterwards, and he was so appreciative. So excellent work, and Dr. Hanson as well. Thank you. Who wants to follow him? Okay, we got, we have a tentative agreement. Let's talk about labor. All right. Kylie Ibarra on item 3. This is disclosure of the tentative agreement between Riverside Unified School District and its employees represented by the California School Employees Association, the one for chapter in Mighty 506.
Yes. Mr. Hunt, Dr. Hanson, members of the board, I'm back. This time is to let you know that we have some items that have carried over from last year and now also the beginning of this year that have to do with the disclosures of tentative agreements between our USD and our CSEA Chapter 506. These are actually ones that have come from reclassifications. So they started at the end of last year and went through what their chapter, their 610 process. So they had to be approved, and now they're being come back to you. I'll bring them. This is the disclosure part. You'll see the tentative agreements for the nutrition services catering assistant, the custodial operations utility worker, special maintenance worker 1, and special maintenance worker 2 that were combined into one position, a maintenance operations specialist, and then the computer application specialist along with the alternative education library media assistant. So this was to disclose the information to you, to make it public. It's only at this point in time to be able to allow for you to see it, disclose, and then we'll be back for the vote.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. So any questions for the Assistant Superintendent on this?
No. And we did attach the fiscal, so you have it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the information. We'll go now to a final action item. It is recommended the board approve the revisions. If you recall, second reading on board policy number 9150, student board members. Hello?
Hello. Good evening, Board President Hunt, Dr. Hanson, and members of the board. My name is Kirsten Frosta, Director of Strategic Initiatives and Program Development, and I am here again this evening to recommend the final revisions for the student member board policy. So just as a reminder, I'd like to take a minute for your benefit and also any audience members that have joined us tonight. The review from our last meeting, in support of your desire to include student voice in matters concerning our district. At our last board meeting, you passed the resolution authorizing student board members to make motions, in addition to their ability to cast honorary votes, with the exception of those closed session items in employer-employee relations. We also brought forth the first reading, and we did take back and made some revisions based on the feedback that we received. And so tonight we're bringing you the revised policy forward for a second reading and for your consideration.
Thank you, Director. I have a question for you from Dr. Farouk, or a comment.
Yeah, thank you. So, this is a really minor thing, and I don't know if it even needs to be adjusted, but, it says in here that student board members shall be seated with regular board members and be recognized at meetings as full members. I just think that might confuse people exactly what that means. I know later it says that the votes are honorary, but I don't know if it's necessary to stipulate it that way in the beginning, because it's implying something that I think is not accurate.
Okay.
But I don't know if
Do you have a suggestion for change? Or?
Well,
as long as it doesn't change the intent,
yeah.
as Mr. Walker's explained to us, we're allowed to, so if you want to express what you'd like to have it more say and see what the board agrees.
I will defer to Trustee Alavi on how to word that.
Mrs. Webster, excuse me,
If she
Mrs.
feels,
Alavi?
if she agrees with me, I don't think this is that big of a deal, because I know it specifies it, but just thought I'd put it out there.
Is the idea that you think that it conveys an equality there?
Well, the fact that we're explicitly stating that it will be recognized as full members, I think it calls into question what does it mean as full members?
Full member.
Because by actually explicitly stating that, what is that connotating? Because it's obviously, there is a distinction.
Right.
That's my only comment is, does that even need to be included at all, or if it can reflect?
I don't know that it does need to be
proper-
included.
Director, do you have a comment, or like to help us with that?
Well, I think it's stated, like you said, Dr. Ford, very clearly in the other item. So as long as it's not changing that intent, we could revise that.
Okay.
Or if you can just add, so after you say as full members, that line on section 5 where it says may cast honorary votes, I would just maybe add that as an and combine that sentence with the first sentence in section 3 maybe. That way it's very clear what we mean by that with a distinction.
Assistant Superintendent Walker, do you have a comment you'd like to add?
Well, another way of addressing it is just remove the word full. I think it's clearer to just say they're a member of the board.
Yeah, that would be fine too, yeah.
And Rhode Island education paying off. Look at that. All right. Well, then with that, would you like to make a motion?
Wait, I have a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Alavi, I didn't have
Sorry.
it.
Sorry. This is nitpicking a little as well, but we say each district high school may nominate a student as its representative to the Board of Education selection process. And the way we're handling it is 3 high schools and 3 high schools, aren't we? It's alternating years.
That's true.
So this year we had STEM and North.
Lincoln.
Lincoln.
Yeah, Lincoln, yeah.
We had another school in the
Arlington,
mix,
they
in
didn't-
Arlington. And next year, we were going to have Polly and Ramona
King.
and King.
Yeah.
And we were going to alternate back and forth. So do you want to make that, or is it necessary? I'm asking you guys. It may not be necessary to state that. It says that each district high school may nominate a student.
I think it'd be good, Mrs. Alavi, if some of the past things you and I have run across in our years that we forget how we did it sometimes, or how they did it. So I think it'd be very good to add that.
To add that in, maybe.
Add that in, that it's an alternating, and that even put it in.
Even if you just say on a rotating
and
basis,
if
you
high
don't
school-
have to say which schools, maybe.
And if high school X doesn't nominate anybody, we just
Yeah.
skip them, right?
Yeah. It was a way that we
It
could
says
kind
May.
of control, I mean, we could have just opened it up to every high school every year and gotten oodles and oodles of applicants, but this was a way to
Sure.
Yeah.
ensure some fairness.
Can I just respond to that?
Sure.
Just May gives us the flexibility to, it doesn't mean that we shall, it just
Right.
means that we may, and we intentionally put that in there so we could have the flexibility depending upon what future board might want or anything like that, and it does allow us to still
That's fine.
continue with our plan. but
I'm
it's
okay
not
with that too. I just
steadfast.
wanted to point out that it sounds like every high school is participating every year. That's fine if you want to leave that open to that possibility.
I think that would be great for future boards, and then also we can even be more explicit if you'd like in the regs.
That's fine. I'm good with that.
I'd like some guidance in how we do it. Mrs. Locke Dawson?
I would move approval with the suggested changes and perhaps have Mr. Hunt, Mrs. Alabi, whoever made them work with Ms. Frosto, and so that's my motion.
I'm going to volunteer Dr. Farouk to take Mr. Hunt's place on that, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Just since it's sort of his baby.
One question I do have is I do recommend that we, just for the purpose of institutional knowledge, I think we should have some reference to what Trustee Alavi is referring to.
Just
Because I know that
memorialize it.
we understand the intent, but we're only going to be around for so many years, and I think it's good that people know for the record this is what we put out there. That's all.
I think it's important, you know, actually by state law, just to give you an example, anytime we have a new board member, we're supposed to review our board policies, because that new board member wasn't here when they voted for them, and so he or she can comment on them then if they want to bring them back. So that's just something I kind of found out through CSBA. So I think it is helpful to have these notes in the file. That's how they did it. Is there any, if future board wants to do it different, but that's how we started it. So with that, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion, please vote. Director, thank you. That carries
Thank you.
unanimously. And now we'll go to board member comments. Speaking of student board members, Alex, Mr. Herrera.
Okay, so last weekend, before voting on Measure O, I went around on the putting little reminders on doors with my school's community service club. So that was a lot of fun, and we just went around to the different sections of the city to put little reminders for people to vote, and we're obviously very happy with the results. I think that same Saturday, I went to the Day of the Dead celebration by Mission Inn. I don't know if any of you other board members went, but I don't know. I was just it was just one of those moments where I was reminded why Riverside is just known as the city of innovation, city of arts, and so I don't know. It was really nice for me, especially because I don't really get that connection to my heritage that often, my background and stuff. So I don't know. It was just a really great reminder of why Riverside's great, and so more related to the actual board, however. Dr. Hanson and I have regularly, or have been, we've done phone calls before meetings, and so that's helped me out a lot in my understanding and in my preparation for the board meetings. So I just want to thank him for that, taking the time out of his day to do that for me, and so I appreciate it a lot. And lastly, just to going off of the social media and all that, I would be more than happy to meet with the entire committee, or with just a couple people to help out with sort of figuring out how to target our students, because students are they're not exactly, they don't exactly look for what the moms do. So I don't know, it'd be
That's
kind
okay,
of
then you can say
fun. Yeah, so I think it'd be a lot of fun to see how we can appeal to students and attract them on our social media. So I'm excited to work with that.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you, President Hunt. I just want to express our gratitude to the whole community, the RUSD team about Measure O. Obviously, I know I'm sure we're all going to be talking about that, but I think it's just remarkable to seeing all the energy on the GeoTV, the phone banking, just the countless amount of dedication that people were driven to doing that, and the vote turnout. I think it's really special to be a part of that, and so I just want to express our gratitude. The other thing I wanted to mention also is about Family Code Night that was brought up. Trustee Lee and I had a chance to participate in that. I think what was really extraordinary to me was just how what a big picture impact that an initiative like that can do. You saw parents getting exposed to an industry that they have potentially zero exposure to. And so, and we were talking about how we could maybe connect them to the adult school or community college, making them aware that these are things that they don't necessarily have to have formal degrees, because some of them are facing underemployment or employment challenges. And then seeing their kids, teaching them about it, I just think that was a really extraordinary program. And we were competing with Game 7 of the World Series. And it was we had a great turnout. I mean, and I just think the attention to detail, there's a lot of little things. I won't go into all the aspects of it, but whether it was the tacos, the street tacos, just a lot of little things. The love and detail put into it, just really want to commend Renee and your whole team. I think that can have a transformative impact because it also invigorated the students to be more passionate about this process, to be able to share that with their parents. And the feedback the parents were providing was great. The last thing I want to mention, and this is kind of a minor thing, but I wanted to bring this up. I shared this with Trustee Alavi. One of my students at UCR brought this to my attention, that our school board policy, including the areas of the superintendent rules, there's a gender bias in some of the references. It refers to in the masculine form some of the roles, and these are institutional policies. And so she is unbelievably diligent and passionate about the school district. It's like 150 pages or whatever. But she was telling me she's going to go through every single line and document this and give this to me. And I told her, she wanted to do this. So, I'm not going to stop her. But I think we should just be proactive and just make those revisions ourselves and take it back to the board and just be completely gender neutral on all those things. I know it was inadvertent, but at first I was a little bit surprised, but I noticed that it is there. So those are my only comments. Thank you.
Well, I would be remiss not to go to Mrs. Alavi after that.
Yeah, I endorse that. I also want to thank everybody involved in Measure O. That was that was very much a highlight of the night. I would also like to talk a little bit about our visit to High Tech High, which Dr. Farouk and I were there, along with a big contingent from RUSD, and we were treated like royalty down at High Tech High in San Diego. And this is a very unique school with a very unique approach to education, all project-based. And they did it in such a way as to make me finally see exactly what project-based learning was. It was very clear that the project was, for instance, in one language class, the project was the election. And they gave kids roles of different people to be, all pulled out of a hat. They chose the four people who were running from the four parties. They had people being their support. They had posters, and the whole class was the election. And they learned governance, and they learned policy, and it was like in action. You could kind of see it happen. And that was in every class had its own projects working. Now I want to point out to you, this is a charter school. And they do unique things here because it's a charter school. So what I'd like to ask is if we could look into and get a report back on the pros and cons of having a district-run charter for our STEM high school. When you see this in action, you realize that using our teachers, our RUSD teachers, there's got to be a way to do this and have the flexibility that you need for this kind of school. So I thought maybe I'd throw it back to you to maybe come up with pros and cons so that the board could evaluate whether or not a district-run charter is the way to go for this. And I think we ought to do it sooner than later because we are on the cusp of good things now that Measure O has passed, and we want to make sure we do it the right way.
That's a great idea. So thank you. And it should go back to your the committee.
Yes, please.
I think the two of you, yes. I think
That'd be great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk of the board. Oh, I'm sorry.
Could I just make one?
Yes, please. No, go
because,
ahead.
I totally forgot to mention that, but I'll just make one comment regarding your recommendation about looking at the governance model. I just want to put out there because I think we have to be careful that we're not. At least I don't know if you feel that you agree with me on this, but we're not necessarily saying that we don't want to unionize
Oh, no.
the
No,
employees
no.
there. So but I want to say that for the record, just because I think we don't want to create like a panic that we're trying to circumvent. There's ways to structure that that relationship where we have some more flexibility to do things, but maintain that role. So I just thought I'd put that
Right,
out there.
something maybe more flexible than what an MOU would normally give us in terms of its day and its structure.
Thank you. Clerk of the board, Mrs. Lock-Dawson.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. I want to thank everybody for Measure O, and particularly Dr. Hanson for your leadership on that. Thank you for taking us.
Yes.
Thank you for taking us down this road, and we did have a discussion about why it wasn't done sooner, and I think all of us sitting up here wonder why that was the case as well. But it's amazing what can get done when you hire a bunch of good people and you get out of their way. So I would like to commend all of you for that. Couple things. I went to the Graduate School of Education at UCR's advisory committee meeting. I'm part of that committee. I think, Kathy, you might be too. Are you on it?
I don't think so.
Maybe. Okay.
I don't think so.
No, you're not. Okay,
unless
well, you weren't there, but I was. Anyway, but so they were talking about they've hired a whole bunch of new professors who incredibly diverse teaching staff, which is very cool. That was a focus of them, is trying to get in more just diverse, all sorts of different things. So I thought that was interesting. But they've put out a nice little puff piece on what they do, and I thought I'd just leave this with Dr. Hanson, and perhaps it can get circulated to all the board members. And on following that, I did ask, I think a little while ago, and I think it might have gotten lost in the shuffle, to ask Dean Tom Smith to come talk to us again and give us a little update. I think he did it last fall, right? He's scheduled? He is?
We have him planned for February, so we just have to make sure he can come.
Yeah, because I asked him about it, and he said he hadn't been contacted, but I said, I thought you would be following through. So I thought that was very helpful when he came and gave us stats on, particularly on teacher shortages and what they're doing to address that. So that's great. Thank you very much. Another thing I was going to ask Mr. Hunt, if we could at least, this is Race to Nowhere. I think some of you are familiar with this. It was a documentary that was done several years back on the pressures our high school kids are under, and how it really is all for naught, and how we have to do something to change the system. And there is like a 3-minute trailer, and in the video, and I was hoping we could watch it maybe at our next board meeting, or that's going to be a little celebratory. So I meant that might bring us down. I'm not sure, but I'll let you guys make a decision on when you want to show that. And lastly, I just want to say, I know this week has been crazy, and this election cycle was crazy, and there's good and bad feelings on both sides. And election night brought some different results. It was a mixed bag, right? So I think, though, we have a lot of things to be grateful and thankful for, at least here in our own city. We passed Measure O. We've got Prop 51 to leverage that. We reelected our senator and our assembly person here who represent us very well in Sacramento. Mm-hmm. And I just think we have a lot to be hopeful about and thankful for here in our own community. And I hope we all recognize that we can work together to do the best thing to focus on what's here and make it better. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long-Dawson. I'm glad you mentioned that other things happened the night of Measure O. There were other victories. I made the mistake of going over to Jose's victory party and showing up. I'm the only Republican, so you know what happened to me when I got there. I was having to defend the world against, which I didn't want to do, believe me, because I'm not too crazy either. I think we got a very interesting time ahead of us. But our USD has a wonderful time ahead of us because of Measure O. Thank you, Dr. Hanson and all your staff. Thank you, the two of you, Sergio and Mays. Thank you so much, and Haley. I know the three of you in particular, and I know I'm leaving someone out in doing that. Ms. Long-Dawson was just, maybe Dr. Hanson, we can, at the very least, Justin could take off those first 3 or 4 minutes and send them to us in an email. I think it's important. Mrs. Long-Dawson and I are going to be working with Dr. Hanson on a resolution for the board to consider, and it's along the lines that we know now that Harvard is, they're downplaying the extracurricular and all these things that are bringing real pressure. And Alex, I think you could help us understand some of this more, just the pressure that young people today are under, and they're not enjoying school, they're not enjoying their life because of it. It's, I think, you say, I fortunately haven't seen it, but Time Magazine came out with something on this, or?
It was on
Perhaps
teens,
I'm
teen
sorry.
suicide and anxiety. So
I think when Mom was alive, Mom got Time, and she couldn't read it anymore. She always got it, but now that she's gone, I don't get it anymore. So I'll have to, if someone's got that, I'd like to see it. But it really is. We've already had, as we know, a tragedy, a suicide this year. We've talked about suicide policies, and as I said, I'd like to get, you know, that's at the 90-yard line. I want to get back down here and see how we can begin to help them. But I do want us to look at that. As Dr. Hike can help us understand, and the county and the city will soon be sued by the state for their underhousing. Riverside is not housed enough. And Kristen, you could explain this better, but they're being sued. The county is got a General Plan Amendment 1120 that looks at almost every acre undeveloped and looking at putting at least 50% of it high-density housing. The city is going to be running the same problems, and you have some city council members that are myopic. They don't want high-density housing. No one wants high-density housing by their neighborhood, but we're going to be in trouble. The reason I bring that up is that we have been sort of complacent that we're not a growing district. We're fine and all that. Dr. Hanson and I were chatting about this the other day. I mean, if they begin to go high density up in some of the areas up in Orange Crest, there's quite a few big properties up there. And it wouldn't just be apartments, but you can go plan residential developments, get 9 to the acre, we usually get 4. That could affect what we're going to have to do. And that's going to be part of what Mays is going to have to bring to us about priorities. We may have to set aside priorities for a school or significant expansion of same. So we reached out to the city. Rafael Guzman, and again, is our community development director. He and Dr. Hanson happened to be in Leadership Riverside together this year, but Al Zelenka has promised me that he'll make sure the two of them get together and, along with Haley, keep that conversation going. With that, we will then close tonight in memory of, in honor of 3 people. One of them is Betty Keach. Betty worked for Riverside Unified for 30 years before retiring. She ended her career as a principal secretary at Sierra Middle School, and she passed away earlier this week. We've talked about that we are a larger part. We're not just Riverside Unified, we're Riverside. So with the board's permission, there's 2 others I'd like to recognize. And I'll help Beth with the letter. I think maybe Patricia might want to help too. We want to close in memory of General Stan Brown. Stan was one of the last base commanders when March was active. Stan was the base commander when then President Gerald Ford had assigned John McCain's father, you can imagine how old that was, Admiral McCain, to pick the next military cemetery. It was going to be in Bakersfield. And Stan, and I wish he was here to tell the story because it's a fabulous story, the way he orchestrated the whole thing. But he was able to show Admiral McCain the possibilities of the old Camp Han, and Admiral McCain apparently left very impressed, went to went out to Palm Desert where Gerald Ford had his his vacation home, made a report, and we know now that Riverside National Cemetery, which I think is a real jewel, and for us that have parents and others buried there, it's nice to have so close. But it's a wonderful part of Riverside, and without Stan and General Brown, I should say, and the Goldware family had a lot to do with that. So I hope we can close in his honor. And then also, he's not so much, I wish he was so much more part of Riverside, because I know he was very involved with the San Bernardino Unified School District. But a major employer, someone when other grocery stores were on strike, he made sure that they didn't strike. One of our own board members for many years, Mrs. Cloud, her husband, worked there. A man that worked hard to not be gobbled up by the big grocery chains, to have one that's local, that's a great employer, has good benefits. I can only tell you that some of the kids that I went to school with, and that was a long time ago, when they actually used brown paper bags, but if you were a bag person at Staters, they worked around your schedule, including college. And so I would like to also have his closing memory. He passed away almost fittingly over the weekend, Veterans Day, Jack Brown, CEO of Stater Brothers. And with that, I'll adjourn the meeting.